Hello guys, welcome to the channel. Today we are talking about what if Naruto was in Game of Thrones Part 1. Something went wrong in the battle. Maybe it was Kakashi, maybe it was Obito. He didn't know. Now none of them were here anymore. He didn't know what was going on in this empty, barren world. He'd figure it out anyway. And in the process maybe he'll help save the world too, when winter comes. If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe, it will help us make more videos for you. Now let's begin. He impacted the ground hard, the stone floor cracking around him. Standing up, Naruto rubbed the small of his back as he looked around at his unfamiliar surroundings. A moment ago he had been fighting together with Kakashi and Tobi, trying desperately to destroy the statue containing the other tailed beasts, and now he was here. Wherever here was. It couldn't be an illusion. B had said that he was basically immune to illusions because Gyuki could simply disrupt his chakra, instantly freeing him from any illusion. Kurama had only been working together for a few minutes, but he couldn't see any point in not helping him out if that was the case. Kurama? Silence. What, he fell asleep or something? He muttered to himself. He was definitely in an alleyway. His surroundings made of stone, and it seemed to be the middle of the day, judging by the sun. Well, nothing to be done about it. Better find some way to get back. Bending his knees, Naruto tried to jump to the roof of the house next to him. In that moment he realized two things. 1. He was completely exhausted. Everything was sore, and even thinking about doing anything was painful. That part he could deal with. You didn't train 3 the Sannin without learning to ignore exhaustion. 2, and much more importantly, he couldn't feel a single drop of chakra in his body. He almost collapsed to the ground again. In a moment of desperation he crossed his fingers. Maybe he had just imagined it. Shadow clones. Nothing. Not even a cloud of smoke. Just nothing. Now he was panicking. Even if he was exhausted, this had never happened to him. Even his own stamina normally ran out well before his chakra did. Maybe it was a genjutsu after all? He went through the motions Jiraiya had pounded into his brain. Focus your chakra. Disrupt its flow in one moment. Release. This wasn't good. Not at all. What the hell am I gonna do? Having spent about 20 minutes in blind panic, Naruto finally took stock of the situation he was in. He still had his clothes, and wherever he was it was pretty warm, so he wouldn't freeze. 16 shuriken. 5 kunai, rations for 2 days, 2 smoke bombs, 1 spool of wire, a pouch of caltrops, enough money to last him a week, and 3 soldier pie. 1 was a real godsend. He popped 1 into his mouth as soon as he had found them, still on edge about his chakra. Shadow clones. Nothing. Again. Oh, this was worse than he had thought. Much worse. Something was very, very wrong. Before he could start panicking again he caught himself. Calm, Naruto. Just be calm. You can do this. He sat down and closed his eyes and just focused on his breathing. He had learned to meditate. He could do this. Deep breaths. In. Out. In and out. Be still. Okay. What were his next steps? Find out where he was. Try to find out what was wrong with him and his chakra when he was a bit calmer. If not, find a healer. They had those everywhere, didn't the exhausted? So water and some place to sleep. Good, good. In and out. He'd have to be careful. Exhausted as he was and without chakra he was vulnerable. He could remember feeling like this. He had been a child then. He wasn't one, he wasn't completely defenseless. Get his situation sorted out and then find a way back to the battlefield. Course decided, he stood up. Both sides of the alley led to streets full of people. Picking a direction at random, Naruto headed out. He emerged into wide street, market stalls on both sides. And people moving in between, some browsing the wares, some haggling prices, and others obviously just through. Bolts of cloth, fruits, some he knew, some he had never seen before, pieces of jewelry from headbands to rings, animal pelts, and 100 other different things. Had there been shinobi jumping across the roofs, it could have almost been something right at home in Konoha. Even if the diversity of wares was barely a comparison, were a lot more people here than there had ever been in his home. The street was wide enough for 2 carts to pass each other and still have room for foot traffic, and the stalls lining the sides, and still people were crowded together. He was already getting curious looks from people that passed him by. Obviously because of his clothes. What the people were wearing looked nothing like the thing to seeing. Men and women alike were clad in robes in bright colors, yellows, reds, oranges, and greens chief among them. The clothing resembled what he had seen from some of the clans in Konoha, even if it was more colorful. Some men wore weird hats with a monkey's tail hanging down their backs, and others small caps only large enough to cover the top of their heads. Most people wore long, dark hair in some kind of braid instead of the varying colors and lengths he was used to. Almost everyone was obviously a civilian, even if some carried weapons. There was at most a dozen people who carried themselves like they knew how to fight. Most importantly, he couldn't understand a word these people were saying. This sucks. It took 2 days for some kind of normalcy to set in. Finding water had been easy enough. There were a lot of wells and fountains all over this city. Finding shelter took longer. Most of his money was less than useless. When he had tried to buy food, the merchant had taken one look at his bills before laughing in his face. His coins at least able to use. They hadn't lasted long, but he had been able to buy at least some food with them, so he still had his rations. Without money, well, usable money, he couldn't pay for a room or bed. Instead, he'd been forced to look for other places to sleep. Turns out he had started in a rather wealthy part of this city. Once he had traveled further, he had found an older, decrepit building without any inhabitants. The rue anymore, but until now it hadn't rained and the weather was quite similar to the summers he was used to. With a base of operations, he could now start actually planning specifics. His first visit to a healer had been pointless. The man hadn't understood a word Naruto had said. Only looking at him more and more confused before sending him he had to learn the local language. Without even a rudimentary understanding, he couldn't find out much of anything about his situation, and while he could steal for survival, that could come to bite him in the ass quickly. He needed to find a way back so that he could help his friends. That had been the whole point of training and then setting out to help on the battlefield. But now here. There was one bright spot in all of this though. His chakra wasn't gone. Not completely anyways. Though with the quantities he now had access to, it might as well be. Not enough for a shadow clone, not enough for a Rasengan, far from enough for Sage Mode or using Kurama's chakra. He barely had enough chakra for one replica normal clone. And wasn't that a biting bit of irony? He had tried for months to get that stupid technique down when he was still in the academy, and now he could finally accomplish was way too late and of no use at all. He hadn't been able to dispel any illusion, but Kakashi had told him once about his run-in with Sasuke's older brother Itachi. Apparently, that one couldn't be dispel normal methods either, and inside time didn't work the same. 3 days had passed inside without a single second passing in the outside world. If that was the case and he had been trapped in something like that, he hoped that even taking days wouldn't mean that he would be too late. He just had to find the illusion. For now he'd play along with whatever was going on here. Either he really was trapped in that kind of illusion, or somebody had transported him away from the bat. Had to figure out which was the case. Entering his mindscape had yielded some positive results at least. Kurama was still there. Though nothing he had done had been able to wake the lazy old fox up. T had felt as weak as he felt himself. If he hadn't been looking at the giant furball, he would have sworn that he wasn't there at all. The omnipresent aura of malice and power was gone. Which probably explained his other findings. When he had stumbled upon a fountain the first time, he had simply rushed over, intent on drinking some water. After quenching his thirst, he had gotten a look at his whiskers were gone. He had scrubbed at his skin. Looked for another reflection and tried once more to dispel an illusion. No change. That had been when he had noticed his hair. It was more. His blonde hair now fell normally around his head. It was still unruly and wild, still nowhere close to the straight hair of his mother. But it had still changed. This was getting worse with every new thing he learned. One last jump and he was back on the roofs. Naruto carefully crept across before peeking over the edge on the other side. He hadn't been seen. Confident in his successful evasion, he continued on, and 10 minutes later he was back in his hideout. He had loaned a couple of books for his own use. At first he had only spied on the lessons of children, trying and mostly failing to learn particularly quickly. With the books he would be able to use the remaining time he had every day to get further. That, in addition to his continued unnoticed participation in lessons and could work out by walking through the market every day, should allow him some grasp of the language soon. With nothing else but getting enough food to survive, he hoped that he could get a good grasp of the language in a month. A month. Way too long, but he couldn't do much about it. Even if every day he spent here weighed on him heavily. He just had to hope that he could still make a diff and his chakra was still a no-show. At least it hadn't disappeared entirely. But it was still only where it had been a week ago. Not enough for much of anything. Maybe he could figure out a way to store some chakra outside of his own body. If he could get even one shadow clone created, that would cut down a lot on that tea. For now he relaxed into his attempt at a comfortable seat, made up of straw, 2 ragged cloaks, and an old pillow. He had restrained himself from stealing anything up to this point. Ideally, he'd find work as soon as he was capable enough to ask the necessary questions and not be cheated out of his pay. Opening the first book, he began. I'm pretty sure this word means old. How he hated reading. But it had to be done. That should do it, Naruto muttered, breaking the quiet of his hideout. The sun was already setting and the sounds from outside were growing more and more quiet as people stopped spending so much time outside. Lowering the knife he had been using, he tracked the flow of blood from his arm. Drop by drop the jar at his feet was filled with the red fluid. It took about 20 m. Judged the jar filled sufficiently and bound his arm. Normally he wouldn't have bothered. Wounds like that used to heal in seconds. Now they didn't. Shaking his head at the thought, he moved on to what mattered. He couldn't do anything about it right now. Arrayed in front of him were a dozen jars, all filled with his blood. And he could sense the chakra contained inside. Acquiring all those jars had been difficult, but after he had the idea, that couldn't stop him. It had taken almost 2 weeks of bleeding himself daily to acquire the he now had access to. Best get started. Moving over to a corner of his hideout, he started emptying the jars into a big bucket, the wood floor cool under his bare feet. That one he had bought by doing some construction site. Even without his chakra he was stronger and quicker than any normal civilian, which only served to endear him to the foreman despite his broken. At least that had worked out somewhat according to his plans. His speech was coming along quite well. Even if he couldn't do much more than the necessities. But that progress had also yielded more information about his situation. Apparently, he was in a country called Et, somewhere in Essos, wherever that was. When after the elemental nations people had only looked at him like he was crazy, though maybe that had just been his pronunciation. The maps he had seen didn't contain anything that looked even vaguely familiar. But with every day he got better and better. Which meant he could read more and faster. He had even come to enjoy it somewhat, even if it was still necessity that motivator. If his current endeavor worked out, he should be able to move on to better sources of information the next week. Even if the elemental nations weren't on any Ma yet, that didn't mean there wasn't any mention of them anywhere. Emptying the last jar, he put it to the side. In the past he would have thought it a weird sight, gallons of his blood accumulated in a bucket. Now he ignored it. Naruto took deep breaths while placing one foot in the bucket. The blood was cool but felt no different around his foot than water would. Okay, let's do this. He crossed his fingers and focused his chakra, specifically in his submerged foot. If everything went according to plan, he could use the chakra replenish his own reserves as he used them. Shadow clones. A small puff of smoke filled the empty space in front of him. That was a good sign at least. The smoke slowly cleared as he lowered his hands back to his sides. As soon as the first bits of orange became visible, Naruto had to suppress the urge to whoop, and he stepped out of the bucket, quickly cleaning his foot with a rag, and got closer. The clone looked stable and functional, though seeing his changed features on his really drove home the changes. Take that. Man, I knew I could figure this out. Who says only Shikamaru can come up with a good plan? Naruto spent a minute celebrating his achievement. One clone would propel his progress forward to a huge degree. And it also opened him up to find out more about this city and his next steps. Okay, let's get to the books. The faster I figure this language out, the faster I can find a way to get back. For the first time in his life he actually felt some enthusiasm about the reading he had to do. The next day, Naruto walked the streets with a spring in his step. He had set out to look for work that would pay better than lugging rocks and stones from one place. He hadn't been very successful yet. With the amount of trade he had observed in this city, there had to be caravans or shipments of goods. And caravans meant trade routes, and trade routes meant therefore hired protection. That kind of work suited him just fine. It was standard shinobi work after all. With his clone working through the night, he could afford some time away to earn likely information. No one talked as much as merchants during boring travel time. That was probably true of sailors too, but his experience in that regard wasn't as plentiful. Ships probably traveled further as well, and for now remaining relatively important. So he'd look for a caravan transporting goods over land. From the maps he had seen, the city he was in, Asabad, was one of the first entry points into which trade coming in and going out. Both by ship and by cart. Naruto ignored most of the people around him and focused instead on the buildings. He was looking for some kind of trade district or trader's hall. He already looked, but at the shipments that were handled there were strictly for travel on shipboard. When he had tried his luck at what passed for a merchant guild here, he had been turned away at the door. He had walked to the outskirts of the city before finding a well-traveled road and promptly followed the first larger caravan. They'd know where to go. The group of wagons slowly snaked its way through the streets before arriving at an enormous building, split into two distinct parts, surrounded by hundreds of people. The first wagon was stopped at one of the giant archways that gave entrance to the larger part of the building. A clerk exchanged a few words with the driver of the wagon before motioning for the wagons to enter. As they passed the clerk, two associates of his quickly counted goods before reporting their findings back to the man. The sight of wagons being loaded for transport raised his confidence that this was the right place. Drawing near, the sheer scale of trade in this city struck him. The diversity of things on sale had already clued him in, but seeing this building, which was more than bigger than the whole academy complex had been before its destruction, really drove that point home. Man, this is seriously awesome. You could probably spend hours just walking through this one building and still have thing left to see. You. Yes, you. Stop. He didn't quite catch the rest of the sentence as the speaker started obviously cursing at him. He didn't understand most of the phrases, but definitely some comment about his mother in there. Naruto turned his head towards the irritated tone. The man was sitting on a wagon, wildly flailing his arms and continuing to yell at him. Naruto barely understood even half the words and phrases, but the meaning was enough. Stepping out of the way, looked around for a good place to start in his search of work. He could probably just wait near one of the entrances and look for any opportunities that presented themselves. With the amount of activity this place saw there, 10 minutes of nothing later, he ran into a problem he hadn't thought of yet. You alone? What will you do? Death dance? He wasn't sure what that last part was supposed to mean. It was probably some saying he didn't understand. The merchant gave him an incredulous look before continuing on his way. Okay, he could have expected that one. Tazuna had been disgruntled enough when 4 people were tasked with protecting him, especially because 3 of those children. Dismissing a single guy was probably reasonable. But finding some other people to work with couldn't be that difficult. There had to be some kind of headquarters for that. Or maybe that always done individually by merchants. If he was better at sensing chakra over distances, he could have looked for any other shinobi around. They would probably know. But unless he just ran into one, or maybe there were no shinobi in this city? Tanzakugai had been like that. Without a mission, shinobi weren't common in that city either. That would explain why he hadn't seen anybody using the rooftops to maybe a bar or inn. He had spent enough time in those kinds of places while traveling with Jiraiya to know that you could meet all kinds of people there. He'd stay here a bit longer, but that would be his next option. 6 different attempts with similar results later, and Naruto was on the lookout for the next tavern, his earlier positive energy slightly dampened. The nature of the establishment he ended up at was easy enough to discern even without being able to read the name. The second word was bandit, but he wasn't first one. Didn't really matter anyway. Naruto opened the door to a room filled with conversation, laughter, and alcohol. He wove through the crowds of rowdy drunks towards the bar. He wasn't a particular fan of alcohol after Jiraiya had made him try sake once or twice, but not order would look weird. Before he could reach his target, he was hailed by someone at a table to his left. Hey Sunhead. Over here. Naruto spotted 3 men sitting together with drinks on the desk, though none of them looked drunk yet. He couldn't remember seeing them before now. Sunhe, obvious enough identifier, seeing as he was pretty much the only one in the room that didn't sport dark hair. The waving was another clue. He made his way over, careful not to bump into any of people walking through the room. He had no interest in a confrontation right now. All 3 of them gave him considering but friendly looks as he arrived. They were all older than him. One was about 20. The other 2 probably 4 and 8. Before growing amused grins. Nothing wrong. You do not look so strong. They waved the matter off and stowed the axes they had been about to use. The other members of the caravan that was standing around followed their example and returned to their wagons, though some threw furtive glances. People here are just weird, Naruto decided in his head and returned to his original position. The different merchants and traders that they escorted spent their time either talking business with each other or amusing themselves with stories new and old. Naruto had never really given the actual intricacies of being a merchant any thought, even if he had been in contact with a large amount of them over the years. With Jiraiya, they had sometimes been sent a few missions in the region they were planning to travel through. The lazy old pervert had left him to accomplish those mostly by himself, but their danger had never been particularly high. The different members of the caravan talked of changing demands and prices, of new trends and trade routes. Most of the information was difficult to understand. Fo didn't recall where V's Dothrak or Lotus Port were on the maps he had seen, and he didn't know what mulberry had to do with silk. The stories, however, were a different matter. Any hint he got he would take. Without anything to work off of, he had no other choice. First he'd get his chakra back, and then he would get back to his friends. Most of the stories were probably as true as the ones Jiraiya had used to entertain prostitutes and drunks on their training trip, but it still gave him something to envy further. It had gotten dark and the caravan had stopped for the day. carts arrayed in a circle to protect the inside from wind and trouble. Naruto was seated on one of the sea with half an ear while focusing mostly on their surroundings. This was one of 2 stops they would make on the road. All the other ones would be inside villages if N disrupted their travel. One of the traders, an older man, with the same light eyes and dark hair as most people he had seen in Asabad, though his had grown gray from age, told of a try where he had sold silks to one of 13 merchants. How did a city only have 13 merchants? Whatever. Afterwards a strange man with blue lips had asked to accompany him back to Asabad, claiming to be a warlock whose services were required. What's a warlock? Naruto asked, stumbling over the foreign word. Just as another man stood up to relieve himself at the tree line. He turned his head for a moment the speaker. Some of the other listeners looked as if they were wondering the same thing but hadn't wanted to interrupt. The story was clearly embellished, the bet its effect on the crowd. But at least some parts seemed to be the truth. Strange men, they are. Blue lips and pale skin and they look half a corpse. It is said they practice magic in their house in Karth, but who knows what they truly do, explained, an uncomfortable frown on his face. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly but turned back to his guard duty. Magic? Interesting. No shinobi would describe chakra or jutsu that way, but for a civilian there probably wasn't much of a difference. It seemed like he would have to pay Karth a visit as soon as he returned. He nodded his head at the explanation, encouraging Man to continue telling his story. They weren't even halfway done with their journey, meaning it would take he returned to Asabad. Naruto hated the waiting, but he had given his word to see this mission through. Even if this was only an illusion, he would stay true to a promise he had made. Something moved between the trees. His eyes zeroed in on the movement despite the darkness and he stood up. It was low to the ground but quick, too quick to be a bandit crawling on their belly. And pissing merchant. A bit of moonlight peeked through the treetops, illuminating yellow reptilian eyes. He was reminded of Orochimaru for a moment, but this creature was no snake. It on short, stubby legs, its intent clear. Naruto had never seen a creature like it. But the danger it presented was obvious from the rows of teeth set in a powerful jaw. He jumped from the wagon and hit the street at a run, kunai already in his hand. Hey! You're left. The merchant didn't seem aware of the danger he was in. Neither realizing that he was being warned nor spotting the creature in the dark, even if it was the size of though more long than tall. Naruto threw the same way he had practiced thousands of times, hitting the reptile in the neck, the weapon easily penetrating the scaly hide. The creature continued few feet, blood escaping from its maw before it fell to the ground. The man flinched, turning in the direction of the sound, his exposed genitals forgotten for a moment, but Naruto had already reached him. He pulled on the man's shoulder. He still wasn't sure about everyone's names, steering him away from the treeline. His eyes flickered around the dark forest, trying to spot anything that would indicate more danger. While his ears tried to filter out the shocked stuttering beside him instead on the sound of movement from the forest, which would serve better in warning him than his eyes when it was this dark. Without any sounds from in front of him, he relaxed and stepped towards the creature. Intent on reclaiming his weapon, when the eldest Zhuang brother, Wei, drew spear in hand. Basilisks, this close to the road? Wei muttered to himself as Naruto crouched down, one hand on the grip of his kunai, the other on the hide of the basilisk. The blade came free easy enough but was slick with blood. The blood is dangerous. You need to clean your sword carefully, came from behind him. Is it poison? He turned his head and saw a thoughtful frown on the older man's face. Illuminated barely by the campfires between the wagons behind them. He had venom from his run-ins with Orochimaru alone, but he had never thought to be careful with the blood then. It won't kill you, but you go mad from it. Attack everything you see. It reminded him of the effect Kurama's chakra had on him before. Everything he experienced was pushed through a great red filter then. Until only rage and violence. After carefully cleaning the blade with a bit of water and some leaves, Naruto resettled on the wagon he had been using before. Even if the likelihood of bandits was low, it seemed like he would have to be careful anyway. He just hoped basilisks didn't get much bigger. Tiki was a grand city. Asabad had impressed him with its size and population, but Tiki made it look like a small collection of hovels. Great stone buildings in white and gold and purple view for more than a day before they had even reached it, and they only grew more impressive the closer they got. The whole city was surrounded by a huge stone wall, as tall as the one in Konoha. Dotted with towers and giant weapons, and soldiers patrolled all along the battle night. After they had crossed inside through one of the gates, one of the caravan members, an ambitious young carver by the name Lo, had explained that they should be banned of the Jogos Nai had chanced upon them. Apparently that had been the greatest worry among the merchants, traders, and craftsmen they had been escorting. Being killed or taken captive by a barbaric PEO in neither cities nor trade, only war and raiding. Even though the young man had clearly believed what he had been saying, Naruto wasn't completely convinced. Civilians tended to be pretty bad at gathering inform, repeating things they heard again and again until something that didn't even resemble the truth was left. You had to be able to notice that for missions too. Even if the clients were supposed to be truthful with the shinobi they hired, some weren't and others just didn't care better. Naruto collected his payment, 2 silver coins for every day of the journey, and was about to wander off in search of a place to stay for the night, but the oldest Jew stopped him. "What is your plan now, sonhead?" "I'll go to Karth, I think," he answered eventually. Either he would find some caravan moving in that direction or he'd have to move there by himself. That would pro since he didn't know the surroundings at all, but he would do even that if he had to. "Karth? You are brave then. The way there can be dangerous. If you change your mind, find us." Wei turned away with a smile and a friendly wave. "Most likely going brothers in drinking for the day." "I'll think about it." Naruto called to his back, his pronunciation still slightly awkward. He had gotten a lot better over the journey, there was nothing to do but talk day after all. But it was still readily apparent that he was no native speaker. He set off. First he'd find out how to get to Karth from here, and then he'd look for a caravan moving there. If the way really was dangerous, there would surely be considered what to do with his money. Surely there was someone knowledgeable enough here that could help him with his chakra as well. No, he would stick to his plan with Karth. That at least had some clear connection to his problem. Magic and chakra had to be connected somehow, so anyone who had to be able to help him. His own efforts had still been completely useless in that regard. Exhausting his chakra didn't change anything, trying to concentrate it didn't change anything, and Kurama was still completely unresponsive. He had toyed with the great fox was dead, but that was impossible. He was breathing. Slowly, very slowly, but breathing. Lifting his eyelids didn't do anything, the slitted red eyes unseeing, and nothing else he had tried had any so, Karth, and then, warlocks. Resolved to this path, he looked first for work and then something to eat. Riding a horse was a lot harder than it looked. It had taken 3 days before he had been even slightly comfortable in a saddle. He had seen horses before, of course, some merchants used them to pull wagons' weight, but more importantly, they all had weapons on them, though that was true of most customers here, and looked capable. "Sit, sit." The one that had waved him over, motioned to an empty spot at the table. "Thanks." That made them look at each other in amusement. "Not from here, are you?" "Well. Does dash," that next part he wasn't sure about, but the guy shrugged his shoulders so he could guess at the meaning easily enough. "We hear you are looking for work." That phrase caught his attention immediately. He had focused his learning in that direction early on, so he was more confident understanding related sentences. "Yes, didn't have many luck." Once more they looked amused and he quickly caught his mistake. Didn't have much luck. I mean, we're looking for a number 4. Maybe that just means 4th. You have interest? This time the middle one asked the question. His voice was surprisingly deep, though it sort of fit. Naruto nodded his head vigorously, a grin worming its way onto his face. Yes. Yes. Start is 1 day after tomorrow, the oldest one stated. Naruto clasped the hand extended towards him in agreement. They hashed out the details over the next 20 minutes. That day, for the first time since he had arrived in this place, he went to sleep with his mouth stuck in a grin. He wasn't home yet, but this was a good step forward. Tomorrow he'd look for another healer, and with work acquired he'd have some money soon. Progress, even if it was slow. His shadow clone ran out before the mission even began. At the time he had been with a healer. After acquiring a grasp of Yiddish, he had been able to explain his problem with only a few difficulties. Not that had helped, though the healer didn't really seem to understand what he was trying and failing to properly explain. Only shaking his head at any mention of chakra and its pathways. He had still examined him, checking his breathing and heart in a series of tests that Tsunade or Sakura would have used to find any problem. From what he been pronounced completely healthy. As soon as he had put his clothes back on, the memories from his clone hit him. The conversation that had just happened replayed itself in his mind, and he almost forehead at his own terrible explanations. Naruto barely stopped himself from doing so. The healer already took him for a crazy person, no need to add to that view. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. He had hoped that the clone would last a bit longer. Even without any exertion or even movement, it had barely lasted a few weeks of preparation for not even half that time. That certainly screwed up his plan of having his clone work throughout the bodyguard mission. Thanks a bunch anyway, old man. With a wave of his hand, he got up and left the building, ignoring the words from the healer. The memories from his clones were weird things. Remembering the things his clones had done was made difficult because he had his own memories of the same couldn't recall one without the other. He remembered the moment that they were dispelled the best, which made using them for scouting and fighting easy enough. In that instance, what they had just usually the most important. Training with them was similar. If a clone learned a skill or trick, he didn't really need to remember all the details precisely. The memory of doing it correctly was enough. Knowledge was a bit diff. He knew all the things his clone had read about and learned, but it would take a while to really process all of that information. For now that was fine. He had done mainly to learn the language, but information was important. Jiraiya had pounded that fact into his brain, one beating at a time. The streets were as packed as they always were. A part of him wasn't really comfortable with that. Konoha was big, but even those streets weren't ever that full, and with Jiraiya they had spent a lot of time in smaller villages or by themselves. Normally he'd just shrug that off. When Konoha got busy, he could always search for a friend to spend some time with or go training. In Asabad he knew no one. Now communicate with them, it simply wasn't the same. Naruto felt lonely again, in a way that he hadn't since he was a little kid. He hated it. He shook his head, banishing that kind of thinking. He had better things to do. Tomorrow the mission would begin, so he needed to finish all preparations for that. He had been told that there was a relatively low risk of any attacks, but because to the border the chance wasn't zero. He'd bring what little gear he had on the journey, no sense in leaving it here. A few provisions would be good too, something durable that wouldn't go bad quickly, even if part of their pay was their necessities being taken care of. Naruto sped up slightly and oriented himself towards his hideout. No sense in delaying any further. There was nothing else to do in the city. Where is this Konoha place? I have never heard it before. It's very far away, Naruto answered evasively. He wasn't sure how to really answer the question. The cart driver was simply trying to make conversation, but Naruto knew the answer after all. He had seen different maps in his search through Asabad, but none of them had included anything he was familiar with, much less any mention of his home. Either had seen were incomplete. Even if they didn't look like it, they were incorrect, which left him very little to work with, or the problem was that his home was now her like the space inside the Kamui. He couldn't just walk in or out of here. He had to find some other way to get back. If it on the other hand this really was an Incredi illusion, he had to find a way to break it. Which left him, again, with the problem of his diminished chakra. A problem he had made no progress on yet. "Do you plan to go back there?" the driver asked. The man was mostly focused on him, barely paying the road or the other carts in front any mind. He had an old, and as far as Naruto had understood, was the oldest person in the caravan they were guarding. "As soon as I can. But there is something else I have to do first." Naruto tried to sound enthusiastic, but he knew that it was a wasted effort. The old man still thankfully let it drop. After spending yesterday at back of the caravan without much variety, he had jumped at the chance to be positioned further forward. The first part of the journey on barges, using the river to travel inland fast river had reached an end. They were moving in a caravan. Carts carrying the different wares that hadn't been sold yet. With only 4 people they were stretched a bit thin, but no one seemed to be worried about anything happening. "You ever fought a man before?" Clearly the driver was still interested in conversing. Though at least he had changed topics. That was fine. Naruto had no problem. "Yeah, I'm pretty strong too." He flexed his arm and gave a toothy smile. The old man chuckled in amusement when they were interrupted by the cart ahead stopping. A commotion at the front drew Naruto's attention. He couldn't see Mu position, a bend in the road obscuring his vision. He turned to the open cart next to him and leapt up, balancing on the wooden exterior to give him a better view. Naruto ignored the surprised exclamation from bringing up one hand to shade his eyes. 2 of the other guards were at the front, together with some of the other merchants and caravan members. They were arguing, but there was no sign of any attack. Jumping off, Naruto ran towards the front, only throwing a quick, "I'll check it out," and a wave backwards. A tree had fallen onto the road, blocking the path for the carts and making further travel impossible. They had only been moving for 2 hours today, certainly not with the slow speed of civilians. When he arrived, the 2 others had already gotten a hold of axes and were about to start chopping. For a few seconds he was confused. Sure, the tree was pretty big, but 2 strong people could just carry it off, right? He could probably do it alone. Right, these weren't shinobi. Man. Who hired normal people for guard duty? The people here were so weird. Want a hand? The 2 Zhuang brothers turned towards him, clearly not expecting him there. They looked at each other in confusion before turning back to him. "Of course, there is axes on the wagons. Better hurry." Instead of grabbing an axe, he went for the tree itself. Crouching low, he latched on. Without chakra to power his muscles, there was no way he could compete with power of Tsunade or Sakura, but he didn't need to. The tree hadn't been massive. Just slightly longer than the road was wide, but it was still heavy. His muscles screamed in protest, but he lifted nonetheless. "Man, I should have started at the side," he thought, trying to raise the tree onto his shoulder. He wasn't directly in the middle, so balancing the weight was quite didn't need to move it very far. As long as the road was cleared, everything was fine. He changed his approach. Instead of trying to lift the whole tree of the ground, he shifted to one end, carefully avoiding any of the branches, broken off and not. With one end over his shoulder and the other on the ground, the weight wasn't as difficult to handle. He groped for better handholds on the sides, and after finding spots, started dragging the tree off of the cobbled road. He dropped the weight from his shoulder with a relieved breath and stretched his arms and shoulders. The tree fell to the ground with a dull thud, bark breaking of the remaining branches snapping. "Okay. Let's go." Naruto turned with a wide grin, eager to get back on the journey. Everyone was looking at him like he had fallen from the sky. Even after his more recent experiences with a positive public reception after the whole pain business, be like this still made him slightly uncomfortable. Something wrong? He rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. The two brothers shook their heads again. He had never been a point in riding one. He could run faster and for longer than any animal, and uneven terrain didn't inhibit him. Without his chakra, he was looking at things a bit differently. He was still fast, could probably still outpace a horse if he tried. But he would be exhausted a lot easy since all the other guards would be riding and the way was very long. He hadn't put up much resistance to the idea. Naruto had thought that he had been doing quite well from the start, though the snickering from the others had made it clear they disagreed. But expecting much first attempts was pretty foolish. That had almost cost him his spot. With pay this good, a lot of people had clamored for the opportunity despite the risks, and no one wanted to slow down because couldn't ride. Trying to tell them with words that he was a valuable asset hadn't worked particularly well, probably because he was the youngest of all the other candidates. Naruto had been accepted after he flattened 4 of them by himself. Though he felt slightly bad about beating up civilians even if he hadn't hurt them that much. To Karth, all of his friends were more important than a few bruises. The caravan had set off 3 days after he had gotten to Tiki, leaving the giant city behind them. The docile brown mare he had acquired tolerated his position on her back, following along with the caravan mostly of her own volition, but that was fine with him. There were 20 guards in total, 4 of which were always scouting out the surroundings. The wares they escorted were packed into only 2 carts with a third tea supplies for the journey. Until they reached Bayasabad about a third of the way to Karth, the thing they had to look out for were apparently the Jogos Nai. They were said to raid surprisingly far into ET. Sometimes even as far as the jungles to the south, and would happily claim all the treasures they could find. That, and what awaited them beyond the Bone Mountains, were the reason for the large escort. At least the reason he had been presented with. The merchant that had hired them all. A thin man as convinced of his intelligence as he was sly, had been very information on the potential dangers and difficulties that awaited them, but basically silent on everything else. Naruto had no idea what it was they were transporting, and none of the others seemed to know either. The carts were both identical, 2 dark wooden boxes with barely enough space for the driver to sit down in front. He could see no doors or openings anywhere along the sides. The carts had been constructed around their cargo and were obviously not meant to be opened before reached their destination. Without being able to see inside, ascertaining anything about the contents would be quite difficult. Trying to pick up a scent had been met with no results, and Dester themselves wouldn't endear him to anybody. It wasn't really any of his business, so long as he got paid and got to Karth, what did it matter? But he was definitely curious. Maybe he'd find out when they reached destination. Naruto tried to give the matter no further thought on the journey. The more he thought about it, the more he would want to know. They would reach Bayasabad and they kept their pace, and if nothing else got in the way they would be in Karth after another 20. Patience, Naruto. You can do this. Even after leaving Bayasabad behind them, Naruto couldn't quite take his mind off of it. Tiki had been huge, almost overwhelming in its sheer size. But the Pop mostly as he knew them. They spoke a language he was still learning, they favored different clothing. They ate different food, but underneath that Naruto felt almost home. In Bayasabad, so familiar. It was a city too, just like Tiki, but it looked nothing alike. Great gray stone towers flanked their path into the mountains well before they came near any houses. T-position. Carved right onto the mountain range overlooking the road they traveled on, was very easy to defend, and mountains like these probably held hundreds of pathways and tracks unknown to outsiders that would make aggression very costly. Bows were most common among the defenders. But there had been spears, slings, and knives aplenty. With the number of armed fighters he had been able to spot, their arrows would have been quite difficult. Ordinarily, Naruto would have used shadow clones to move freely in the air. But without the chakra for that tactic, his lot more limited. Arriving in the actual cities had made something else very apparent. All the warriors were women, with metal rings piercing exposed nipples and rubies in their cheeks. The first one had been uncomfortable. He had seen breasts before unavoidable scenario with Jiraiya as his teacher, but those had been isolated incidents. In Bayasabad every woman ran around half-naked. Naruto spent the first few minutes gaping, blushing, and trying to avoid staring in equal measure. He hadn't been very successful, and the amused attention of the had only left him when one of the cart drivers had handed over a sack of clinking coins to one of the warriors, her high rank marked by the smaller ruby surround central one in her cheek set in gold. After that, they had acquired water and supplies and set off again. With the narrow mountain passes there was no need for any outriders except for the front, but lower. Even a well-traveled road was subject to rock falls and mud slides. Naruto had wondered about the exact amount paid, as had most of the other guards from what he knew. None of their questions had been answered, every single refuted with the same response: "You need not concern yourselves. You were hired to guard, so guard. Everything else is irrelevant." None of them had been particularly happy about that, and it had only inflamed the curiosity for many, but they hadn't done anything about it either. They rode on. When they had left the last of the bones behind them, they started their track through the aptly named Red Waste. The mountain range still towered behind them. Surroundings were now red plains and hills as far the eye could see. Naruto had traveled through the Sand Kingdom in their attempt to save Gaara from Akatsuki, which meant that at least this wasn't entirely unfamiliar. There was clay here, but the experience was much the same. The dry heat baked them all in their saddles throughout the day, helped along by a cloudless sky, and both riders and horses bore it with helpless tolerance. The nig, but not by much, and hard to enjoy when you were sticky with your own sweat. Their carefully rationed water supply kept them going well enough and allowed them to avoid the stagnant bitter water found in shallow pools or the dusty remains rivers. With the mountain range in the distance to their left and empty red desert everywhere else, they continued on as quick as possible, eager to reach their destination 5 days from Karth. The guards that were following their column from a distance didn't return on time. "I say we hurry towards Karth as fast as we can," Yan, who had spent most of the trip as one of the outriders to the front, argued. He was one of the oldest among. Gruff voice commanded respect from most of the others. They had waited for an hour and then sent out another 4 to look for missing 2, Yan among them. There had been no sign. Now they all stood around, debating what exactly to do. "That's gonna take at least 4 days. If we are being followed we'll have to fight before ever reaching the city," Zhang said. He was younger than Yan, but he did no scars collected on his body obscuring his relative youth. Some of the other guards nodded along with him, faces grim. "Are you sure? Out here, whatever happened, it's either common brigands or Dothraki. The first isn't much of a problem. They may have overwhelmed 2 of us." W18. Jero shook his head. He was a tall thin man with amber skin and dark red hair hailing from Astapor. "Dothraki would have fallen on us already. They have for sneaking. We would have been overwhelmed already. If a Khalasar were after us we would know." "So what? Because these are common brigands we don't have to worry? They killed 2 of us already. Do you volunteer for the position next?" Yan asked, crossing rolled his eyes. "I'll take the back, I don't fear brigands. We continue like we have, with outriders in both directions, but closer. Any sign of anything and we group up and hurry." To suggestion seemed sensible enough and almost all of the others nodded their agreement. Yan didn't seem happy but acquiesced after a moment anyway. Naruto wasn't sure what the correct course of action was. With Tizuna they had hurried on as quickly as possible, but a single civilian was a lot easier to protect the while on the move. He knew nothing of Dothraki and their actions, but brigands were familiar enough. Bandits of any kind had simple goals. Money and food most of the time, other loot. Hostages if they could think carefully enough to take them, and women to be used and abused. Their group counted no women among them. They had loot, but Naruto wasn't sure what the precise worth of that was, since none of them actually knew what they transporting. Food and water and maybe a bit of money, but why would common bandits attack a caravan this well guarded? Bandits preyed on the weak as a general rule. Either they were facing truly desperate men or the whole Dothraki idea had more merit than the others thought. Unless something else entirely going on here. In the end Naruto didn't know. With their course of action decided, they all mounted up again. Jiro wheeled his horse around towards the back, spear in hand, and waited a moment. He gave ever-considering look and waited for any volunteer. No one came forward, so Naruto carefully spurred his horse. He was still not particularly good, but at the very least he wasn't entirely at his horse's mercy anymore. "I'll come with you." Jiro gave him a nod and trotted off to the back of the line with a grim smile, Naruto not far behind him. The others began moving down the road. "The carts bet are you going to fall from your horse when it comes to a fight?" "If we have to fight, I'll get off of my horse first." Naruto gave the other man a confident grin as they waited for the distance to the caravan to grow. For a moment unconvinced, but then he gave a quick chuckle. "I hope you are as good as you think you are," he said, eyes trained on the horizon. Naruto looked in the same direction, trying to spot any movement through the flowing above the dry ground as soon as possible. An hour and a half of riding and there was still nothing to see or hear. Naruto had taken off his headband as soon as they had entered the red waste, the sweat the cloth made wearing it extremely uncomfortable, and no one here recognized it anyway. His neck and face were scratchy from all the sweat and dust, and he wanted more than a bath. It would have to wait though. The caravan was about 100 yards in front of them. Easy enough to see on flat terrain, and a loud shout would get their attention if it came to any development. Was flat for a bit longer, but Naruto could already see the hills in the distance that would make visibility more difficult. Jiro rode on next to him. The Astapori was a good rider and had taken to sitting the other way in the saddle, allowing him to look backwards. Naruto was sure that more difficult than it looked and didn't even attempt the same maneuver, only turning his head to keep an eye on the surroundings. Conversation seemed to suit Jiro well, and Naruto thought of himself the same way, but with the specter of his friends and the war hanging over him, he hadn't been for pointless talking ever since he turned up here. It didn't stop Jiro. The Zorses of the Jogos nigh eat that grass. Jiro was still turned around in his saddle and pointed at a small clump of brown grass they were passing with the "But Zorses?" Naruto asked. He had never heard the word before. "Mounts, white with black stripes on them. They are smaller than a horse but stronger and mean to boot." Jiro waved his free hand in the air, revealing two missing to ride one once, he added. It wasn't funny, but Jiro spoke about it with such nonchalance that Naruto could help but chuckle in amusement. Hooves on the dry ground. Naruto snapped his head around to the west, facing the direction of the distant noise. He could see nothing but a small red ridge and hanging in the air like a cloud. "You hear something?" Jiro asked. Behind that ridge, Naruto pointed in the direction, still entirely focused on the spot. It sounded like horses. Dark points were appearing above the red stone and sand, rapidly growing in size and number. With every second it became more and more obvious that he shapes were undoubtedly mounted warriors. Naruto counted at least 30. Jiro had spotted it too and was already turning around in his saddle. He reached for something at his neck and spurred his horse. Naruto did the same. They need others. Before, even 30 opponents wouldn't have worried him. He could have turned that numbers advantage around in seconds if he wanted. A small whisper grew in the back of his mind. Death had never concerned him, he had always been confident that he would be capable of meeting every challenge come out the other side alive. What happened to you if you died in a genjutsu? Naruto didn't know and he didn't want to find out. Jiro finally fished out his whistle and blew a shrill sharp sound as their horses raced along the road. Naruto glanced towards the front and blanched. The others had small hill, obscuring them from view. The sound would reach them, the only question was if they would act accordingly. They rode on and their pursuers got closer. They were all riding, some holding bows, others holding a curious curved sword high in the air. Now that they had cleared completely, their true numbers were visible. 39 riders. Curse the gods, it really is Dothraki, Jiro muttered beside him. Naruto wasn't sure if it was habit or nerves that had him checking his weapons. He was strong, but training to fight without any chakra had never been high on his P. They crested the hill. The carts were moving as fast as they could, 6 guards in front and 8 behind. Naruto barely spied the 2 outriders to the front, further Al Yan and Zhang, on top of another hill, standing in place and turned in their direction. He waved his arm in the direction of the enemy riders, hoping that they understood the signal for the warning it was. The idea that they could ever reach Karth Bef Dothraki reached them was wishful thinking. The carts were slow. If they killed the horses they may hold out for an hour but no more. The time crawled on. The hoof beats were a steady drumming on the dry ground, overpowering every other noise. The other guards in front almost disappeared in T-pace kicked up. Naruto tried to keep an eye on their pursuers as much as possible without falling from his horse. The Dothraki were fast, gaining on them every minute, but there were 200 yards between them. He couldn't throw a kunai that far without chakra if he wanted to actually accomplish anything, but he didn't think their bows would be effective at that range either. Minutes passed. They gained on the wagons and the Dothraki gained on them. The first arrow missed. Naruto tracked its flight from the moment he heard the bow released. The arrow arced high and landed wide, burrowing into the sand a few feet from his horse. They caught up with the last cart and the other riders. Jiro turned to him with a wild grin. There is one good thing. No deserters. If the Dothraki get us, we'll end dead. And they don't let cowards live, he shouted over the rattling of the wooden wheels. All the other riders heard him easily, even if Jiro didn't pay that any mind. The next arrows missed as well. 2 lodged into the wooden exterior of the cart, but the others hit only stone and sand. Jiro cursed beside him after one of the arrow him by inches. Hold my spear. Naruto accepted the weapon with one hand, awkwardly holding the wooden shaft upwards while trying to ride properly with the other hand. He had experience with spears. Jiro unlaced a satchel at his belt and procured a metal ball a bit smaller than an egg. He placed the projectile in a small leather square attached to 2 cords. 1 rotations and the ball went hurtling towards the Dothraki. Naruto tracked its flight and saw it hit one of the archers in the shoulder. He couldn't hear the bones breaking with all of the noise at that distance, but he could see the impact easily enough. If Dothraki weren't half-horse, the man would have fallen off of his mount then and there, but he held on with a grimace and a scream of P. They all rode on. Jiro flung another stone. This one missed its target, cutting through the air between 2 of the horses. He wasn't deterred and wounded the sling ag. The distance continued to shrink and arrows and stones hit their mark. 1 horse went down on Naruto's other side, 2 arrows stuck in its hindquarters. He heard the legs break from the fall and the animal squealed in pain. The rider arrow through the chest and didn't get up from the ground. One of the Dothraki caught Jiro's stone in the forehead and flopped backwards in his saddle, barely held there by his stirrups. 60 yards at most now. Almost close. Another 2 arrows found their mark. 3 more hit the cart in front, the rest missed. 2 of the remaining 5 guards accelerated their horses, passing the cart more distance. There was still 1 to his right and 3 to the left of Jiro. The spear's wood was growing slick with sweat in his hand and he had an idea. Naruto nudged his horse as far as he dared to the right. The other guard, Tao, gave him a fearful look and made to move his horse aside to avoid a collision but not for him to stop. "Take my horse." Naruto passed Tao the reins and removed his feet from the stirrups. Carefully balancing, he stood up on the saddle, judged the distance and speed the top of the cart. His horse made a noise of complaint but obediently continued galloping along with the others. The wagon shook for a moment and the driver turned and looked at him, fear dominating his expression. Naruto stood on the cart, spear in hand. More arrows flew through the air and Jiro nailed another rider with one of his projectiles. A few arrows came close, some beat the wood of the cart to join the others already there. And one was about to puncture his arm when he snatched it out of the air by the shaft. He discarded the projectile and changed his grip on Jiro's spear, hefting the weapon over his shoulder with one hand. Killing one or two Dothraki wouldn't change and needed to take out as many of them as possible. Ideally, he would have been capable of raising an earth wall in their path. With their horses unusable, they wouldn't be able to pursue any further. But he had neither nor the knowledge on how to do that, so he would have to make do with the tools he had on hand. His caltrops may serve, but he didn't have enough to cut off the Naruto widened his stance, coiled his muscles and threw with a step forward. The spear cut through the air almost as fast as one of the arrows and found its target. The foremost horse squealed and died, crashing to the ground in a heap. More importantly, the four riders behind couldn't get out of the way quickly enough and tr comrade to death before crashing to the ground themselves, the obstacle breaking at least 6 horse legs. The Dothraki had not been riding in formation, lessening the impact. But it still meant that the single group that had been hot on their heels had been cut into 2 for a few moments. The cart rattled on, the horse gave their all and the distance shrank further. He vaulted off the cart and back into his saddle. The horse complained and almost missed. Naruto paid the astonished look Tao was giving him no mind, snatched away his reins and worked on getting himself properly seated again. "What's the plan?" Jiro was still slinging projectiles backwards but spared him a quick glance nonetheless. "No idea," he answered. "Don't see how we can win this. There is just too many." For how bleak his words were, Jiro's voice was surprisingly calm at the 2-to-1 we're facing. He flung another stone that took another horse in the forehead. The mount collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut and one horse behind dropped, breaking a leg when it stumbled over the corpse in front. More arrows flew and 2 impacted the shield on Tao's back. A third one pierced the neck from behind, the steel head protruding from his throat. Just as Tao's body and off his horse, another arrows took Naruto's own horse in the hindquarters. The animal had already been exerting itself heavily for minutes, but even without the have buckled under the wound. Naruto adjusted his balance more on reflex than conscious thought, freeing his feet and pushing off of the saddle with his hands. The downward force he applied into the air and he brought his limbs in close, so that he presented as small a target as possible. The other horses thundered onwards at full speed and the shrinking distance to their pursuers meant that the Dothraki were almost within arm's reach when he twisted in the air, angling his body so that his hands were below him, ready to grab or catch anything that came close. The first Dothraki held one of their curve and made to cut him down while he fell. A twist of his wrist and the kunai hidden up his sleeve was in his hand and cutting through the air a moment later. The man caught the blade with his forehead and backwards, his weapon falling from nerveless fingers. Naruto extended his other arm and grabbed onto the bridle of the riderless horse. He pulled his body along the animal and barreled leg first into the rider behind just killed. The man's nose broke under the kick. He felt one of the blades touch the back of his jacket but paid that little mind. The chain shirt he wore underneath cutting and he had to focus on other things. Flying through the air feet first while almost horizontal to the ground presented a few problems. Mainly that he couldn't see particularly well. The Dothraki had been 4 men deep, for where he was positioned, and he had already dealt with the first two. One of his hands found purchase for a few moments and he pushed upwards with all of his strength, righting his body and allowing him to see the blade coming in. Naruto pushed off with the leg that had just broken a nose. Using the face of the Dothraki warrior as a springboard to jump over the third rider and dodge the curve would have cut into his leg. He twisted the other wrist this time and palmed the kunai hidden up that sleeve and let it fly. The fourth rider had a bow in hand and had been in the process of blade burrowed itself in his throat. The third rider passed under him unharmed and he twisted once to land on his feet after the fourth horse had passed as well. He rolled with his landing to protect having to take the full impact and then sprang to his feet and turned, facing the Dothraki from behind. Naruto saw some of them slow down and then stop after shouting a few words in their unfamiliar guttural language. Two with bows turned in their saddle and shot riding away. One arrow went wide and missed him, but the other was on target. He turned his body, allowing the projectile to pass him by. 6 riders wheeled their mounts around towards him. 2 with bows in hand and the other 4 brandishing curved swords, leaving 20 to follow the carts and rearguards. Naruto lowered one hand to the holster fastened to his right leg, ready to draw a kunai at the drop of a hat, while the other crept towards one of the pouches at his archers, knocked arrows and took aim, only refraining from loosing the projectiles when one of the other riders barked a command at them. The speaker was tall with a strong build and a long scar on his chest, his long black hair braided behind his back. Naruto could hear bells ringing when the man leaned his saddle to say words he did not understand while brandishing his weapon. The distance wasn't very big. Certainly not enough for a horse to accelerate to its full speed, which meant the big beasts were more of a hindrance than an advantage. A problem were the arrows, but Naruto was confident he could dodge or catch them as easily as he had done before. 2 of the sword-wielding riders nudged their horses to move around him. They wanted to surround him. Their leader shouted more angry words his way, but narrowed arrows flew. Naruto skipped to the side, avoiding both, and drew his own weapons. He flung 2 shuriken at the man coming from his right, one hit the horse in burrowed into the rider's sword arm. He followed behind the projectiles. Against multiple opponents you needed the initiative. Needed to not fight multiple opponents but a single opponent again, and the rider recoiled from the hit and winced in pain while the horse reared up, buying Naruto precious seconds to advance. He dodged around the flailing hooves and down by the arm. He buried his kunai in the neck to the hilt and let the corpse drop while retrieving the weapon, eyes already moving to the other riders. The 2 archers had gotten their hands on arrows but had not yet drawn their bows, and the other swordsman had not advanced more than a few steps. The close is the one that had been talking at him before. Naruto spun and threw his kunai. The horse took the blade in the head and fell over after an agonized whine. The Dothraki was unable to get off in time and got tri-animal, his leg probably broken or crushed. The other 2 charged him and he grabbed for more shuriken. He let them fly, 2 for each swordsman. One died, the other was able to pull his head out of the moment, a red line decorating his face from eye to ear. Arrows flew and Naruto ducked low, to avoid the first. The second came a bit later and he snatched it out of the air as he got back up and discarded it just as quick, running towards the still-living sword-wielder. He feinted a step to the left and went right instead, moments before the horse reached him. The swing missed completely. Naruto ran for the archers who were goi arrows. They urged their horses to turn and run, but he didn't give them the chance. Naruto bounded forward as fast as he could, outpacing the horses. Taking a page out of Lee's book, he leapt and spun. His extended leg met the first archer in the man from his horse. Naruto landed in front of the man and lashed out with a fist to put him down for good. He heard the horse of the remaining swordsman coming for him, while the remaining archer put distance between them. Naruto pivoted to see a horse but no rider him. He jumped out of the animal's way only to see the rider right behind his mount. Ducking under the horizontal swing, he blocked the sword arm from coming back with one of his own while hooking a foot around the man's leg. With the feet swept under him, the Dothraki flailed his arms wildly in an effort to regain his balance, but he hit the ground all the same. Naruto kicked the hand that was still stubbornly gripping the curved sword, and the man released his weapon. Some small bones had definitely cracked for the Dothraki went for a knife with his uninjured hand, but Naruto stepped on that one before the weapon could be drawn from its sheath. An arrow punched into his right shoulder from behind. His head snapped around. The foe on the ground forgotten for the moment, and Naruto laid eyes on the remaining archer, some 40 yards away, one hand reaching arrow and a satisfied grin on his face. He lashed out with the foot he had used to control the healthy hand, and the man under him ceased his struggling. Not dead but unconscious for now. In one Movem bent down, unsheathed the downed man's knife, flipped it in his hand, and threw. The archer had just placed his new arrow when the knife penetrated his throat. Despite the sounds of dying or injured horses and the angry voice of the Dothraki still trapped under one, the surroundings felt almost quiet to Naruto now. He stepped the unconscious man at his feet and took in the remains of the fight. 4 of the 6 that had stayed behind were dead, and one of the remaining 2 would probably join them soon. Naruto had no abilities in medical jutsu, and if the man would bleed out in the desert, the way to Karth was too long. Naruto hated himself for the thought he had then. But he didn't shy from it either. He hated killing, probably always would, but leaving the man to slowly die out, he better a quick death. First came his own weapons and his wound. The arrow hadn't gone deep, mostly stopped by the chain armor he wore, but pulling it out still hurt. After ripping up he bound the wound as best as he could. He would need to clean it properly soon, but the spot was difficult to reach and he didn't want to waste water. His shoe, he moved it, but he'd had worse. Naruto gave his jacket a rueful smile. The hit he had felt along his back had cut through the material easily enough, leaving a cut from his shoulder blade almost to his back. The arrow had left a hole as well. He collected shuriken and kunai until his equipment was assembled again, wiping the blood before putting them away. Naruto debated taking weapons from both of the bows had been cracked, and he had no training with a curved sword. If he used a sword it would be a smaller weapon. That suited his hand-to-hand fight. The trapped leader had blacked out by now, most likely on account of the pain. Naruto inspected the leg, but there was nothing he could do. Freeing it was no big leg was already flattened. A few slaps brought the man back to consciousness and he woke with a grimace. Naruto didn't speak the man's language, but he drew a knife from one of the others and held it out for the man, gesturing towards the leg. There was anger and Naruto thought the trapped warrior understood what he was trying to communicate. The Dothraki accepted the weapon but hesitated on doing the bloody deed. Naruto left him to it. These warriors struck him as proud, they'd never accept his mercy, do it themselves. With nothing else to do here, Naruto mounted one of the uninjured horses, one of the Dothraki steeds, and spurred the animal down the road. He still needed to he'd catch up with whoever remained soon enough. Naruto entered Karth with 14 horses, 2 riders, and 3 carts. On his way back to the others he had passed sparse corpses for a time before coming upon real battle. Of the 20 Dothraki that had been left to pursue the caravan, 3 more had died before reaching the first cart. Yan, one of the few survivors, had told him the other guards at the front had wheeled around their horses and rushed the Dothraki from a flank when they had been hidden behind a small hill for a few moments. 4 of the Dothraki had abandoned the fight at the end, cutting their braids as a sign of a fight lost. Yan suspected that one of the attackers they had killed had been, and that without him, and the losses they had sustained, the Dothraki saw no way to win. 8 guards had still been standing then, but 4 of those had died from their injuries. Yong and Zhong had survived both the fight and the trip to Karth and were for some bruises. The other 2 had been hurt more seriously, a broken leg they had splinted as well as possible and a dislocated shoulder, respectively. Those 2 had replaced the 2 dead cart drivers. After taking care of the remaining injuries and binding together the horses that had not been killed or injured too heavily, the small group had set off, eager to wreak. They had lost much of their enthusiasm. Naruto's own wound was mostly healed by now, though his shoulder still twinged whenever he moved that arm. The three walls of Karth had been a wonder to behold even from afar, and the city itself even more so. Colorful buildings, expansive squares filled with stalls, found numerous revelries. The men and women of Karth were tall and pale, dressed in flowing silks, and for some reason, every woman was walking around with her left knee to the air. All of it went ignored. Naruto did not care to admire the city at the moment. His goal was so close now, he could already feel it. Could already imagine meeting the seeing Kakashi smile his eye smiles, bumping fists with B, even seeing Guy give a thumbs up in his green spandex. His clones had shown him the others as well after he had sent them out to help in the fight. Shikamaru, Choji and Ino and Kiba, Hinata and Shino. Sai, Yamato, Sak Tenten and Lee. Shizun, Granny Tsunade, Gaara and his siblings, and all the others he had left behind and were waiting for him. Naruto absent-mindedly accepted the payment for the mission. A gold piece for every 2 days on the road, more than had been promised at the start. But he had for money. A few questions in the market, where people could speak Yiddish, and a tall pale man had directed him towards the house of the Undying. The gray stone building after an hour of walking. There were no other houses in the vicinity. Only black-barked trees surrounded the low building, their blue leaves stirring in a slight breeze. There were no windows he could see anywhere, and the whole building looked very old, or at least poorly maintained. The path Naruto walked led to one of the walls. It was made to look like a face, with an oval door set where the mouth would be. Standing in front of the door was then Naruto, but thin, even gaunt, with blue lips and unnaturally pale skin. Next to him was a tablet, a slender glass placed on it, already filled with a thick blue liquid. Only when he got close did Naruto realize that a miniature man was Ho Tablet. For a moment he thought it was young child on account of the height, but the man had an adult's face, pinched and pointed. Even if he stood no higher than, it doesn't matter. Focus on getting back. Naruto shook his head to dispel any curiosity in the matter. First his chakra and then his return. Welcome, visitor, I am Liam Loro. It has come to our attention that you seek the assistance of wise men. The man's voice was thin and quiet, but Naruto understood despite the strange accent to his Yiddish. Yes, yes. I need your help. I heard you practice magic. And I don't know if that means what I think, but I have a problem with my chakra. I can only gather a tiny pea, need a lot more. I need to help my friends. Get back to them. If that means breaking the illusion some way or not, I don't know. I just hope you can help. The man raised a hand to stop him from continuing. He did not look surprised in any way. Fret not, young man. The Undying will gladly hear your problems, but for enter their house. He swept an arm towards the door behind him. When you enter you will find a room with 4 doors. Take the door to your right, each and eve are stairs, climb up. Never down, and never any door but the one to your right. Door to my right, okay, Naruto said. You will see many things then. Some doors will be open, some will not. Those inside will talk or they will not. Speak or speak not, as you choose, but do not enter the audience chamber. There the Undying await, who will hear of your ills and you will receive an answer. The little dwarf stepped up beside Liam Loro, bringing the glass within grabbing distance. The warlock gestured towards the liquid inside, urging Naruto on. Take and drink. Drink and enter. Liam Loro stepped back then, though he kept a close eye on Naruto and the glass. Naruto wasn't sure what to think, but presented with no other option he could see. He picked up the glass and drank. There was no discernible smell to the concoction, was foul, like rotting meat or spoiled milk. Just when he wanted to spit it out and retch in disgust, a bit of it touched his throat and the taste changed. It tasted pleasant then. Of honey and cream, and yet of everything else he had ever enjoyed as well. Of Ichiraku ramen and the popsicles Jiraiya had shared with High Day of training, of that first taste of sake and his sputtering at the unusual taste that had invited bellowing laughs from Jiraiya. And even of the way his mouth tastes salty and dry after so much exertion that he wanted nothing more than to simply lie down and sleep right where he was, and he knew that tomorrow he would Aoria stronger. And then the glass was empty. Naruto stepped through the great doors and entered 3 stone rooms with 4 doors each later, and Naruto started to wonder what exactly he was doing now. This was clearly some kind of magic, the only question help. More rooms with doors showed themselves, and he always took the first one on the right. Some rooms were square, some round, some oval, but it did not matter. 4 doors, some 6, some even more, but it did not matter. Always the first one on the right. Then came a hallway with doors only on the left. Naruto heard movement in the walls, little taps and scratches that suggested rats, or walked on. The hallway was cared about the first door to the right. The door ahead was open. The scene inside was blurry. Like he was watching everything through a filter that didn't allow his eyes to adjust to the distance of the OB. Was an expanse of blue with no end beginning at the room's threshold. Naruto was tempted to step inside, in an effort to see more clearly and understand what Exa was looking at. But he caught himself. It looked like the ocean, but there was no movement that would indicate waves. Even so, Naruto was sure that he could make where water bled into sky. Before he turned away, something moved across the picture. It started above him and faded after crossing what he assumed was the sky, disappearing beyond the red and orange and purple, and left a tail behind it that made its surroundings seem gray for a moment. Naruto pulled his eyes from the view and quickly walked further down the hall. The next doors were closed again, some barred and some had even been half closed. On and on he walked until he arrived at the end. Even here there was no door to the right, only to the left. The second to last one was open. Once more his vision was blurry, making it hard to make out details. Lig room from a window opposite the open door. There were 3 beasts, hounds or wolves maybe, all 3 tearing at a long dark shape. It was a rod of some kind. Be any details. The 3 animals were bigger than the object, but the sound of wood creaking and breaking was clear. Suddenly they turned to him, leaving the abuse object on the floor. They moved with an eerie synchronicity, as if one mind commanded all 3 beasts at once. The door slammed shut before they could jump. He turned towards the end of the hallway again. The same problem presented itself. No doors to the right. He felt along the cold stone, looking for a hidden switch, indication for a hidden door, some secret that could be the answer to this riddle. His right shoulder twinged again as he moved his arm. His injury making itself known, reached over with his left to massage the spot lightly. The movement tickled his brain, like he was missing something obvious. Looking down at his arms he understood. The first one on the right was the last on the left entered that door. Again 4 doors. Again he took the first on the right. On and on it went until he found the first staircase. He bounded up, again and again, always up and never down. Then doors, right, always right. And again stairs, doors, stairs, doors, stairs. On and on. One of the doors was open again and he looked inside. He regretted it immediately. It looked like a hospital room, one of the ones in Konoha, with the window open. The window was Jiraiya, looking just like he remembered him. White mane of hair, his unique headband and a little book in his hands that he was using to write down those perverse books of his. Jiraiya looked up from his work on some kind of signal and seemed to see him. There was a smile on his face. Warm and happy and proud in a way he had really given it his all that day in training. Been a while, Squirt. I hope you didn't miss me too much. I have some new chapters for you to look over. Come on, Jiraiya beckoned him inside the room. I'll be you Ramen and you can tell me all about what happened. Without thinking his foot moved forward. He knew this wasn't real. Jiraiya was dead, killed by pain months ago, but he was tempted. He wanted this to be real, one if the illusion, for it could be nothing else. Wasn't already sweet enough one of the curtains moved, revealing the bed behind it and its occupant. Naruto. Kushina called happily. Come here. Greet your little sister. His mother held a small bundle in her arms and Naruto could see small tufts of red hair on Th as it snuggled close to Kushina's chest. Naruto forced his eyes closed, but even he didn't know if it was to block out the vision or to stop the tears from falling. He had dreamed of something like this, Aga, but it was nothing else, just a dream. Only a dream. Just some kind of illusion that was trying to draw him in. He stopped moving forward against every protest his heart raised. No, he wouldn't falter now, not when he was this close. But knowing that it wasn't real didn't make turning away any easier. His heart cut at his resolve like knives movement away from that door, and when his baby sister started crying his knees buckled and he had to hold himself up using the wall. It's not real. Ignore it. It's not real. Naruto repeated the mantra again and again, trying to block out the noise, trying to ignore Jiraiya and his mother calling for H. Fingernails were biting into his hands and drawing blood but he could not open the door on the right. Son. Where are you going? His father's voice joined the others. His father, who had condemned him, thrust a destiny upon his shoulders he had wanted nothing. He had known full well what he had done, who couldn't regret his actions when they had saved the village. His father. Who had done that precisely because he thought that Naruto would be capable of doing what needed to be done, who had believed in him before he even Naruto breathed out deeply and punched himself. What the hell am I doing? Putting the voices behind him he turned his back on that sweet dream for the last time and opened the door to the right. The chamber beyond the door was expansive but dominated entirely by stone table in the middle and the blue beating heart floating above it. The blue glow was of light in the room and every beat was followed by a wash of light that illuminated a tiny bit more of the room than was visible without. Arrayed around the table were chairs, all as different as their occupants. Some small, some tall, some simple. Some extravagant but all filled. Except for one. A SMA uncomfortable stone seat right in front of him. The blue specters did not spare him a glance as he took a seat, not even breathing, and yet they all glowed with the weak beat of the floating heart. There was a WH so slight that he couldn't understand the words. As he opened his mouth to ask for their assistance something cracked across his head from behind and he knew no more. He was cold, then hot and then cold again. He was both wet and dry and somehow neither. He was bathed in darkness and yet everything was too bright. Naruto. He had no limbs and yet too many of them. His third arm itched something fierce while his fifth leg was lame, the old wound there stopping his movements. He clasped the silence was much too loud for him. Naruto. He hoped the ground would change soon. Swimming through stone was much easier than flying through sand. Something tickled him but he could not tell where in front was not cold enough to warm him. Naruto. Suddenly his eyes opened. The shallow water lapping around his toes was familiar as was the giant nine-tailed fox in front of him. Kurama was thin, like he had not been eating, and his fur was spotted and brittle and gray in places. But the slitted red eye was open and angry and looking right at Kura. Naruto jumped up but a bout of weakness staggered him. His voice was weak from disuse. There was no strength in his muscles, no chakra in his body and revealed his body in a similar state to Kurama's. His fingers were bony and his skin pale, like he had not seen the sun in years. The skin was pulled tight to his bones. Someone had squeezed out all the flesh and muscle from his body overnight. What happened? You've blundered into the arms of people that are using your body for their own gains. It is not as bad outside, but that won't be the case for long. Get out and away. I have done what I can to keep you strong enough for that. Kurama was clearly exhausted. But the anger and frustration was also obvious. Naruto struggled to his feet, and even that small task had him aching and sweating bullets. He focused on his center, to pull himself from his own mind and into the Naruto. Kurama's voice stopped him. He thought there was a note of sadness in the giant fox then. Face the truth you already know. This is no illusion. It hit him like a punch to the gut. He had suspected, entertained the idea, but it just couldn't be. But, boy! Kurama interrupted him with a roar. You have grown taller, have grown the beginnings of a beard. Every feeling and sense, every sensation this is no product of someone's imagination. This world is as real as you or me, and it's not our old world either. See clearly now. As weak as we are, what little wits you have. We can't go home. Kurama's voice had been growing weaker with every word, and Naruto thought that only anger had allowed him much. The old fox closed his eye and his breathing slowed even more. Naruto collapsed to the floor, water splashing around him. This wasn't an illusion. But that couldn't be the case. It just couldn't be. It didn't matter. First he'd stop himself and Kurama from dying from whatever was happening, and then he didn't know what he would do then. He had no focus. Come on. Get out and fall apart after that. Naruto reached for his center and pulled. Sensations filtered in with a snap. Whispers came from all around him, but he did not understand what they said. He was weak and growing weaker by the second. Like a leech was sucking away all. Oh, there were shackles binding his wrists behind his back, and he was kneeling on cold hard ground. He opened his eyes and saw only bright blue. The blue glow weakened and strengthened with the beat, and then he knew what he was seeing. It was the floating heart from before, only he was directly beneath, and it was stronger, its light brighter, its beating quicker and surer than it had been. Naruto averted his eyes from the heart and saw the specters. They sat in their seats still, but all of them were changed. Before they had resembled wisps of smoke. Light that only seemed present, but now there was no doubt. They had solidified, clear blue shadows against the corrupted glow of the beating heart. What little chakra he had left had been cut in half already, but he could feel the small amount of Kurama's chakra he had access to. He would need all of it to get OU. The steel manacles weren't a big problem. What little chakra his body could supply he channeled into his arms, strengthening the weakened muscles and bones. A sharp twist of his arms, one wrist inwards the other outwards, snapped the chain connecting both appendages. That left him with 2 heavy bracelets, but he had important things to worry about. The room was big and square, with 3 empty walls, while the 4th behind him held the only door, the one he had used to enter. He ignored that door and jumped table, his legs shaking with the landing. In a moment of inspiration he hurried towards the right-hand wall, stumbling with every second step as feeling returned to was no door there, but he could make one. Whatever magic was at work here, Kurama's chakra was potent enough to smash one wall. Tapping into the energy brought a curtain of red-hot anger over his senses and thoughts. Without his own chakra to bank the soul-deep anger and fury inside Kurama exposed to the effects in a way he had not been since his training with fury drove his fist as much as chakra did. The wall exploded outwards in a shower of stone, leaving a hole big enough to squirm through. Naruto felt his hand brain a chakra backlash as much as the impact, but he ignored the pain. He needed to leave. Outside the air was fresh and warm and the sun was sinking, bathing the world in a red glow. The leaves on the trees outside looked purple in the light and the black taken on a red hue. Naruto forced one foot in front of the other again and again. He ran, never looking back. Past the trees, past the houses, past the people. He ran and ran until his legs gave out under him and he had no more strength. He could see the sea now. Karth was gigantic and the harbor mirrored the city. Ko dotted the port, no two quite the same. A gentle breeze drifted from the sea, caressing his skin and hair as it moved past him. Naruto liked the wind. He had learned to shape his chakra in its likeness, used it to defeat his opponents, learned to balance himself against it, so that no muscle counter it in meditation. That at least had not changed. The wind didn't care about you or your problems. It blew or it didn't. With the force of a breeze or the force of a mighty hurricane. It wanted, unbothered by everything else. He wanted to cry but no tears came. How could it be like this? How could this all be real and not an illusion? Why? Why him? He had only wanted to help his friends. His right hand throbbed and stung, the knuckles already red and swollen. He would need to see a healer, but what did it really matter? He could not go home, could his friends? His neck was itchy again and he moved his uninjured left hand to scratch it. He felt the small hairs growing there, irritating his skin. A beard, what a joke. He forced himself to his feet. His body protested any movement and he almost fell to the ground, but he gritted his teeth and walked. Naruto walked and lost himself in the crowd. She walked the streets of Karth lost in her thoughts, despite her clear goal. 3 moons ago, her obsidian candle had flared. A sharp bright light that should have been impossible. And a moment later it was extinguished again. She had set off to investigate immediately. There were only so many forces that could be responsible, and of those, the warlocks of Karth were the most likely. They the few groups of practitioners that she could imagine working together for long enough to invoke anything at such a scale. The Red Priests of Volantis, where Ano the sorcery was a solitary craft in Ashai and no knowledge was freely shared with others, so that possibility had been discarded quickly. The trip to Karth had been long and without incident, but she was grateful to have arrived all the same. The prospect of whatever had happened made the sea difficult. It was hot day in Karth, the sun high in the sky and nary a cloud to be seen. Even so she did not shed her cloak or mask. They marked her as a shadowbinder, with certain advantages. Thieves and troublemakers went out of their way to avoid her, wary of what might happen to them should they draw her ire, and most common presented her only with the plain truth, eager to earn her favor or minimize their time in her presence. Finally, she reached the last line of houses. The House of the Undying was a decrepit ruin, surrounded only by the trees the warlocks used for their shade. Of the eve mirrored its inhabitants in that way. She circled the clear field at the last line of houses. To have that kind of an effect would hopefully mean that something would be noticeable from the outside. She drink their vile concoctions and enter on their terms. There. One of the walls had been destroyed and was in the process of being repaired. Looking inside was impossible. They had erected some kind of barrier on the eye wall, but the wall had clearly been broken down. Slaves were laying down the new brickwork, and the slight color difference between new and old stones allowed of the original extent of the damage. It was about the right size for a person to fit through, which raised all sorts of questions. The first was time. This damage was new, only a few days old at most. An incident had agitated the glass candles had happened much earlier. Coincidence? Certainly possible, but she doubted it. The second question was what had happened to cause such damage. The building may look like a ruin, but it had stood the test of time for centuries, and a person kind of destruction was incredibly rare. The warlocks certainly weren't. But the broken stone fragments suggested that the wall had burst open from the inside. Whatever the cause was, it had been trying to get away. She wasn't sure if that was a good or bad sign yet. Judging that there wasn't much more she could do by just observing from a distance. She left. She owned accommodations in the city, though they were rather sim. She had enjoyed much greater luxury, but that kind of lifestyle would only attract unwanted attention. She debated simply turning in for the day even if it was still quite early, but decided instead to roam the city. A port as big as Karth held wares and news from all over, and you never knew when you would stumble upon something interesting or useful. There were very few materials that innately held any magical qualities. But performing certain rituals and sorceries was made much easier with the right preparatio ingredients. She browsed the market for a few hours, until she ended up back at the harbor. Here there were even more people walking around than in the streets. The port of the greatest in the world and an important stop for trading vessels coming from both the Jade and Summer seas. Slaves were buying food and merchants peddling wares of all sorts to whoever walked past. Ivory, jade, saffron, gems of all sorts. And more were exchanging exuberant gratitude from both sides. The Carthene so liked to pretend at politeness. One of the smaller stalls, managed by a tough old woman who walked without issue despite her advanced age, had attracted an unusual amount of attention. She weaving through the crowd of people that were clamoring for a look at the wares. The reason for the interest was immediately apparent. Books and scrolls in varying states of disrepair could be seen all over a shaded little desk. Some were in Yidis and Gai. And there was even the rare tome in Valyrian. A few of the books were falling apart from old age, and there was at least one without any binding remaining, just a collection of pages held together by a piece of haphazardly tied around the bunch, but all in all their condition was quite good. God Emperor's Folly and Jade Compendium were familiar enough, but some of the displayed items were entirely new to her. Swallow's Flight, an introduction to intricacies of species interbreeding. All of them were of interest to her, but one tome especially drew her eye. The title was Valyrian and the cover looked appropriate, dark leather, faded and brittle. On the Origin of Flame was certainly a lofty title, but no one had ever accused the freehold of being humble. Books of this age were rare and precious and of particular interest to sorcerers. Magic had mostly left the world with the dragons, so any information predating that value. The scattered accounts that predated the doom were even more sought after. Good woman, would buy your stock. She didn't hesitate to act. It was only a matter of time until some rich fool with the necessary funds would turn up and buy display in some airy mansion. A few singular tomes had already changed hands. Usually, men and women shied from the mask and cloak, but the merchant didn't bat an eye. Only regarding her with an experienced eye. The woman was unsurprised at haggling, but she didn't overly mind paying the set price. All the material she had bought would keep her busy for a few weeks at least. They exchanged the expected signs of gratitude for satisfactory transaction. And she container filled with books and scrolls. Before she could give any thought as to where she could find the next option to deliver the box to her residence, the old woman turned towards the nearest dock of the din of the city. Boy! Get over here and make yourself useful. At first the shape the woman had addressed really seemed like a boy, but after another angry shout from the merchant the shape unfolded from its seat. With a lee towards the water the person walked towards them. Ripped, dirty clothes. Unnaturally pale complexion, a crown of blonde hair, and dull blue eyes. Taller than her, but not by much. Secured around his wrists were shackles, a few links of chain hanging towards the ground from both of them, though they weren't connected. She supposed he would even be handsome where he had no interest in some random slave. For a moment his eyes cleared and cut right to her face. In that moment she was sure that he could see her, see the real her, hidden beneath mask and glamour. A moment passed as if it had never been. The impossibility of that shook her. She had definitely not imagined it. Once he was close enough the old woman waved him towards the box containing all of the books and scrolls that had just changed hands. He bent down and placed shoulder with nary a noise of complaint. She could see his right hand then. Swollen and discolored and haphazardly secured with scraps of cloth. It had clearly been broken recently. The old woman waved him off and gestured towards her. Just show him where to go. Doesn't talk. But he follows simple commands easily enough. One of your slaves, she asked, on account of the chains. The woman snorted and shook her head. He has no brand. Bloody fool sits at the dock all day. If he is gonna take up space, he might as well work. She nodded, accepting the information, and bid the old woman a good day. The man glanced at her, waiting for directions. She stepped towards him, intending on having him follow her, but as soon as she got close, she felt it. The man posy magic. This was no small trace left after being part of some ritual. It almost seemed like he was made of it, blood and bone. She froze. There was no way that what happened to the warlocks, her candles burning, and the sheer magical presence of this man could be coincidences. He turned away like nothing had happened, box still balanced on one shoulder. Instead of giving everyone watching more of a reason to suspect anything, she started walking, the man easily matching her shorter stride as he followed her lead. She was lost in her thoughts when he addressed her, speaking in accented Yiddish. That's an impressive illusion, he said, his voice dull. Her eyes snapped towards him, but he was staring resolutely ahead, skillfully weaving around the pedestrians gotten out of way. Her hands unconsciously twitched towards the Valyrian steel dagger hidden under her robes. She did not often have to physically defend herself, but she was prepa nonetheless. His gaze moved to her hand for a moment before focusing on the street again. If you are going to apologize, do it now. Won't stop me this time either. That made her hesitate. If she understood him correctly, sorrowful men had been after him. That group of Carthene assassins always apologized to their targets, bef them. Obviously, they hadn't been successful. That almost definitively connected him to the damage done to the House of the Undying. The warlocks would hear. Such business, and with the magic he exuded, he was certainly capable of that kind of destruction. If he could dispatch sorrowful men, he was more than capable physically, even if it had earned him a broken hand. The legends were that they had never failed to kill. She relaxed her posture, her hand falling away from the dagger. There was no point in an altercation, she had no quarrel with him. They walked in silence for a few minutes. She was debating how to broach the subject of the warlocks with him when they arrived at her residence. The two-story H to the water, allowing her to experience the sea breeze whenever she wished, and had more than enough room for her needs. After she had directed him on where to place the box, he turned to leave. I have no allegiance to the warlocks of this city and do not share their views or goals. Not that she necessarily knew what those fanatic addicts were planning. He doorway, his back to her. And, he asked without turning around. Rude, but she had more important things to focus on. I came to this city looking for information. Whatever the warlocks have done seems connected to what I am investigating. I am sure an agreement can be reached. He remained silent, thinking. She waited. Maybe it can. I just don't care. He left towards the docks, never sparing her another glance. Every single day he could be found at the docks, just sitting there, looking out towards the sea. He didn't seem to be looking for anything specific. Just taking in the sometimes merchants called him over to them, and he would get up after a few lingering moments and then go over and carry a crate or help move something. He've 100 different things that the traders at the harbor couldn't be bothered to do themselves. As soon as he finished, he would head to his dock again and sit down, watching. Sometimes they would give him a morsel of food, or a cup of watery wine, and he mindedly eat and drink, his eyes never straying from the water for long. 2 times she had seen him rummage through the pouches at his belt, before procuring the same item both times. A long black cloth, with a steel disc sewn on, and there was a queer symbol in the steel, but she could make no sense of it. He would hold it, sometimes looking at it for a few minutes before holding it out over the bay. He never dropped it and put it back in the pouch again afterwards. It was certainly curious. The first time she had approached him at his dock, the day after their first run-in, he had turned his head, taken a single look at her, and then focused back on ignored all her questions about his person or situation, simply sitting and watching in silence. She wasn't deterred so easily. Such stubbornness was usually not in her nature, but she couldn't ignore his potential, both as a source of information and as a magic. So she returned, every day. It became part of her routine. Visiting the harbor, and while she browsed the stalls and wares, keeping a careful eye on him as he sat he slept in the very same spot. She had given up on approaching him after the first 3 times. There were better things to spend her time on than waiting for answers that never came. Now she from a distance while she was near. The warlocks finished their repairs on the 5th day of her stay in Karth, but keeping watch on that process had not yielded any new information. As far as she could about the deliveries to the House of the Undying had changed, but she could not track all of the comings and goings all the time. They worked their trees, produced their shade of the evening, but whatever was going on inside, she did not know, and without entering, there was no way she could out. When she entered the harbor on the 6th day, someone else was walking up to him. The cowled stranger was tall but lanky and walked with a dancer's grace. Whether it was man or woman, the clothes obscuring a clear view of anything from behind. They stopped behind Shackles, her own, admittedly petty, name for the magical man, and simply watched for a few moments. Then they knelt and leaned close. Her eyes could barely track what happened next, but there was a knife, a fist to an elbow, and then the stranger tumbled from the side of the dock, his own weapon neck. Shackles had not even stood up, but there was blood on his left hand now. He turned back towards the sea, watching. It seemed like the warlocks were not yet done with him. She walked up to him from behind, hoping that he would be more inclined to talk today. If he did not already know who was targeting him, enlightening him made Ji goodwill. "He a friend of yours?" he asked, indicating the bay with his head. She ignored him, carefully stepping closer until only an arm's length separated them. "Do you know why they target you?" It was the wrong question to ask, she thought, but it was the first one she considered appropriate. As was to be expected, there was no answer. Maybe she was approaching this in the wrong way. In the time she had watched, he had acted uncaring towards all T1. Sitting at the docks. A sea breeze drifted towards them, ruffling her cloak and his dirty blonde hair. The sensation was familiar and pleasant and helped orient her thoughts as she leaned forward into the breeze. "Is it the sea you watch, or the wind?" That one clearly surprised him. He glanced at her, but she didn't move her head to meet his eyes. "The wind," he answered eventually. There was a sad note to his voice then, and for a moment she questioned his true age. The old woman had called him boy, but body and face. He raised his right hand, chains clinking together, and swirled his index finger. She felt his magic respond, and a small wind tugged at their clothes as it moved. A road dissipated as quickly as it had appeared. Aeromancer, she realized. That art was not completely unfamiliar. Though the kind of natural control Shackles exhibited was beyond those practitioners she had her time in as high. "How did you learn?" Aeromancers were just like any other sorcerer in this, tutelage did not come free. Additionally, he was young. Whether he was only 14 or 20. Mastering elemental sorceries could take decades. People were after me. But every one of them was incredibly strong. I had a technique, a strong one, already. He opened his hand, palm facing the sky, and magic swirled like a tornado, moving faster and faster. Then it dissipated. Incomplete, and he dropped his hand. She had never seen something like it. But it wasn't enough. I had to improve on it somehow. My teacher taught me what my affinity was and then showed me how to learn. I rushed through the training possible. My friends had gone out to fight. To protect me, but I didn't want them to get hurt for my sake. His voice had grown wistful towards the end, but Shackle realized that he had been rambling and stopped himself from saying more. His explanation asked more questions than it had answered, which was both frustrating and something she had strangely missed for a while now. There was nothing teeth-grinding as trying to figure out the actual merits of a ritual from half-remembered rumors and 3 different versions of the actual instructions that all disag details. It also made her realize something. She had been approaching this in the wrong way. If she was reading him correctly, he was trusting by nature. Get him to talk and she would find out what she need. I have looked for masters and teachers all my life. They are very rare. Of those that remain, none I have found gave their teachings freely. He refused to answer the implicit question, but she had half expected that already. Perhaps now was the time to broach her actual business with him. The main one abilities as a sorcerer were secondary to that. Did the warlocks capture you? She ventured, taking a guess as to what had happened to him. I wanted to ask them for help. They tricked me and tried to use me. He emphasized the second part heavily and she revised her opinion of him slightly. He was enough to recognize attempts at manipulation. I proposed an exchange, she defended herself, though it was only a token effort. He snorted and turned his head, once more seemingly looking right through her glamour. She had to find out how he did it. I heard. You just didn't care whether I actually got anything out of it. She let the accusation wash over her. There was a kernel of truth to it, after all. He turned water again, leaving her to her thoughts. It sounded like a childish reason, to expect that kind of regard from a stranger. But then most people were quite childish no matter their age. And, she supposed, something to be said for treating people in the way that you wanted them to treat you. That kind of humanity was rare in Ass-High. Very well. What would you have of me then? In exchange for your information? He stood up, chains clinking, and scrutinized her, eyes clear and discerning. Finally, he held out his hand. A name for now. That didn't surprise her now that she was able to form a clearer picture of him in her mind. Now, how to answer him? He obviously valued truth, but she wasn't into giving that truth away, to anyone. You can call me Kaith. She clasped his hand with her own and noted that the impression of his magic was even stronger with physical touch. He obviously noticed the careful wording, but accepted the slight deception, nonetheless. I'm Naruto. What is your goal in the city? Naruto asked her, 2 days after he had left her to think about the questions he wanted to ask. Kaith had expected him to come. He had not shown up and she had spent the evening on working through parts of her newly acquired reading material. Now, he was here, arrived early in the day, cleaned up and in new clothing and his manacles removed. Looking like that. She reconsidered her judgment of his age was definitely no older than 20, though battle-hardened and lean. Still, it begged the question when he had started learning aeromancy, to already have the PR displayed. Well, she'd find out soon. All in due time. My goal, she echoed. I wish to know if the warlocks of Karth were responsible for an event I witnessed and came here to investigate. After seeing the damage I wanted to find the one responsible and stumbled upon you. Sadly, it seems my suspicions were unfounded. Whatever the warlocks have been doing is unconnected investigation and of no further concern to me. That of course left her with the question of who really was responsible, but she could not simply abandon such potent magical potential. Standing in Naruto's prise an effect on her own magic, strengthening her in a way she had never experienced before. I have already inquired into a ship heading for Volantis and will be leaving the city in 4 days. If I should play my cards correctly, you will join me on that ship, she added in her head. The red priests in the great temple of Volantis were her next best guess, be great hope of finding them to be responsible. What was the event? He asked, after thinking for a few seconds. My glass candles flickered, blazing for a moment as they have not since the time of old Valyria. And then winking out as if it had never been. I have not been able of it yet, she answered honestly. He was a sorcerer as much as she was, and if she wanted his tutelage, she needed to get him on her side and soon. Though she was somewhat careful as well. She did not doubt her chances against common men, with Valyrian steel and shadow binding if need be, but Naruto was in no way a calm. He schooled his expression, arms crossed in front of his chest, but did not dig any more. They were sitting at her table, but he had declined her offer of wine. She did particularly care for the vintages common in Karth herself, but she had never intended to partake anyway, for that would mean lifting her mask. He had noticed Titosch's glance, whether that meant he could see the face underneath she did not know, but that secret she would keep. "Could you teach me?" he blurted out. It was queer, to hear the question she had thought of asking herself come from his lips, but he asked it nonetheless, his eye her many books for a moment. "Teach you what?" "Many things. Languages for one, some history would probably be necessary too." "There is a lot I don't know," he elaborated, completely serious. She was flabbergasted. Cell's words were not known for their knowledge, but he was a trained sorcerer. How was that the case if he had not received an ordinary ed? She'd been mistaken. Had that moment on the docks only been a fluke? A simple trick of the mind? No, that could not be. Kaith had felt the magic answer to his will. Could feel the magic in his being, every moment she spent in his presence. She was not so. "I don't have much. Only some gold to pay you with, but I would work for my keep," he added on hastily when she did not answer. That raised her suspicions. While favor her so? Surely, there was some trick here she was not seeing. Had he been planted by the warlocks? Some elaborate scheme to entrap her perhaps. Kaith could not see how it was possible. The warlocks could not have known of her arrival to the city beforehand, and Naruto seemed the only possible explanation. Damage to the House of the Undying. There was also the why to consider. She had never meddled with the affairs of warlocks, much preferring the opportunities FO, and she could imagine no scenario that would have attracted their attention to her. Maybe not her specifically then. Her garb marked her as a shadowbinder to many eyes, and that news would have found the ears of one of the warlocks shortly after without doubt. It seemed too intricate a scheme to be real, and there were many holes in it besides. So, trust the man in front of her to be true to his words or risk losing such a golden opportunity? Risking herself had never been her nature, but there was a price to the knowledge she sought. She had not balked at traveling up the river Ash to Stygai for the sake of knowing, and she would not do so now. "I have no need of your gold, but I would accept different payment," she said. "Tutelage for tutelage seems as fair a deal as any. I will teach you what you want to, will instruct me in turn." "Instruct you? In what?" Naruto sounded honestly confused, but she could not decide if he was just a skilled mummer playing at honesty. "Aeromancy, among others." "Aeromancy?" he repeated, baffled. The word was clearly foreign to him. She had seen his deft ability with the wind on the dock, so perhaps it was only the term he was not used to. Certainly, there were different names for the various Phi in the world. But she would have expected him to know the names of his own field of expertise at least. "Your wind sorceries. You used it on the dock," she clarified, mimicking the twist of his hand he had used that time to summon a small breeze. He understood her then. But she could see a question in his eyes even before he opened his mouth. "You know your chakra nature?" The word was unfamiliar to her and did not sound Yiddish either. Thousands of pages of text, read over many decades, came to her. Nothing she could remember resembled the word. "Chakra?" Kaith asked, hoping for some sort of explanation. It was not often that she encountered entirely foreign concepts when it came to magic and sorcery. "Your magical energy, I suppose. I was taught that every person has a natural alignment. An element that suits them best," he explained, though the words did not for her. She had never heard of some intrinsic link to certain elements among sorcerers. Any person may show talents towards a particular discipline, but you learn teacher knew and taught. Keith had learned the barest basics of fire magic over a decade ago, but that teacher had not been particularly knowledgeable herself, unable to do much more T-sparks. The Stormsingers of Valyria were no more, their art lost but for a rare few tomes that had survived the doom. And the water magic of the Roiner was not excessive if it even still existed. "No, I do not know," she said. The trip to Volantis alone would take more than a month. There was enough time to figure things out once he had agreed. It makes no moment. "I take it you accept?" He did not have to think for long. "Yes. I accept, and I will join you on your ship too." For the second time they shook hands, and the feeling was the same as before. Never before had the magic be another person. "Do you have other matters to attend to today? Or are you free to begin right away?" "We can start right now if you want," he answered. Keith stood up satisfied and beckoned him to follow her. She took the stairs upwards and entered a small, mostly empty room, a curtain blocking the only window. Sorcery, especially untrained application, could be destructive, and she had no wish to risk any of the rare tomes and materials in the other rooms. His eyes flickered to the curtain and then around the room before settling on her again. He sat down cross-legged in a single movement. And she joined him on the small cushion for herself instead of the hard floor. "We had a special paper to test for an affinity, but I don't have any and I don't think you can get it in this city, so we'll have to try something else." She nodded, paid attention to every word, and filed the mention of special paper away for later. There would be a time for questions after he had finished explaining. "Give me your H." He held out his own, palm facing upwards, and she laid hers on top. "I want you to channel as much of your magic, I suppose, as you can. I will try to determine your affinity." He grimaced slightly. "I have never done it like this. Thou take a few tries." He closed his eyes then, to focus, she thought. Keith had never thought of sorcery and magic as something she just channeled. There were always movements or artifacts, or materials involved in her sorcery. Throwing sparks, by itself not much more than a parlor trick, was done by coaxing the existing flame from obsidian, where the fire slumbered. There was some similarity to the descriptions of the skin-changing powers of the blood of the first men she had heard and read, but that was a practice of the mind. She closed her eyes and turned her focus inwards. There was magic in her body all the time, fortifying her constitution. And if she wished, reducing her need for slee sustenance, but grasping it the way Naruto seemed to expect was still foreign. There was only so much energy that she could channel. Were she to lift her glamour and focus only on the task at hand, there would be more, but even with the Ma would not do it. Keith imagined that, were this age not dead to magic, this would all be much simpler, but there was no point in regret. She imagined a building canal along her arm, allowing magic to flow like blood in her body. It took almost a minute, but Naruto did not make a noise complaint, his eyes closed. Her hand tingled and the path from her center through that arm seemed warmer than usual, but it was a false sensation. To Naruto there would be no change in te detect, though he likely felt the flow of magic in some other way. After a few seconds, Keith opened her eyes and felt the strain of the exercise on her body. 2, maybe 3 more times, before she would need to rest. If she w Naruto's presence it would be even less. It galled her that for all her efforts she was still limited so, but that was an old grievance, and she was well practiced in favor of more important things. Naruto was frowning, though his eyes remained closed, but she could not say what exactly troubled him. Again, the same image came to mind and the same sensation followed. Once the magic pooled in her hand, she gained an impression of the magic in Naruto's own. Quantity and his magic ventured outwards in small tendrils, mingling with hers at the point of contact between their hands. Echoes, formless and vague, appeared but she could not make sense of the impression she got, except that they were a reflection of the person in front of her. It was a surprisingly intimate sensation again. She could only hold that moment of concentration for a few seconds at a time, and the strain was considerable. Sweat was gathering beneath her mask and robes, clothing stick uncomfortably to her skin. Even so, she did not complain. Again. Kate felt so weak and her mind rebelled at the idea of doing any more today, and her mouth was so dry that some water seemed more valuable than any gold. To rest as soon as possible. She made to take her hand back, but Naruto held it with a firm but gentle grip. If she wanted, she could escape his hold on her, but she waited with that. He had to meet her own. Again, he insisted. The impulse to complain rose within her. He was just a boy, barely a man grown. What could he really know of magic and sorcery? One misstep and you could find by the same powers you had been trying to wield. Sorcery beyond your abilities was lethal. Believing otherwise was placing your head in the jaws of a dragon, hoping not bite down because you did not want it to. Trust me, Naruto said with a confident grin before she could voice her objections. Trust him? What a ridiculous notion. How could she trust someone she didn't even know? Reason and logic dictated that exposing herself in this way could mean death. Admittedly, he did not seem the type. But he would not be the first to put on a friendly face to lure in others and take advantage. And yet his magic reflected his sincerity. She had never been in contact with another's magic for so long at a time, but it was hard to imagine that anyone would be the feel of their own magic. That energy was the result of mind and body. For many, like her, it was the history of generations upon generations of magical lineage dating back centuries reflect power. In a way, that feeling had to be truer to a person's nature than anything else could be. A part of her revolted at being even the slightest bit open to the suggestion. She had survived many decades by being careful, not by trusting every random man's path. Kate breathed deeply and reached inside for whatever magic she could gather. Her free hand went for the dagger hidden under her robe. She kept her eyes open, saw Naruto's eyes flicker to the place she was reaching for, but he did not react otherwise, only lightly holding her hand. He had already been aware of the weapon's existence from the first time they had met after all. Kate unsheathed the dagger in a practiced motion, the spell-forged steel leaving the sheath with a clear sound. He wore steel chain under his clothes, but Valkyrie penetrate even the best mail. It didn't matter either way. If he betrayed her, she had strength enough to drive the tip into his unprotected throat. Even having a blade leveled at him did not seem to disturb him much. Naruto simply sat and waited for her to try again. His nonchalance was starting to slightly if this a trick of some kind, I will not hesitate, Kate said. He nodded and closed his eyes again, waiting. Now she pictured the canal again, flowing along her arm and to her hand. Her mind instinctively rebelled at the effort it took, but she pushed onwards. She had to do than she had ever done before, and her body did not want to relinquish its hold on the remaining energy. Kate strained and fought her own limits until finally magic answered again. The canal along her arm filling and flowing like a small stream. The exhaustion was bone deep now, and her vision was beginning to swim. Her arms shook with the strain of holding them up, and the dagger felt heavier than in a hand. Even if she wanted nothing but to collapse to the ground and pass out, she held on to consciousness with an iron will. She would drive that blade home if Naruto slowly opened his eyes again but made no move to disarm her. I'll get you something to drink, he said eventually. Just as the hand holding the knife to his throat was starting to dip. He moved slowly, like she was a wild anima want to agitate, but a few moments later he was up and out of the room, leaving the door open. Kate heard him descend the steps. The footfalls receding until hear them anymore. She wanted to collapse, desperately, but she still had her dignity. Standing up was out of the question, but if she had to remain seated, to avoid simply collapsing to would at least do so against a wall. The room was small, but half crawling. Half pulling herself to the wall still seemed to take hours, though in truth not even a minute had passed by the time she surfaced and propped herself up against it. Kate was breathing heavily, and her robes had turned into a second skin, so close were they sticking to her. Even if she had barely moved her body, the exercise told, nonetheless. For now, she remained awake and as alert as possible. She could collapse as soon as Naruto was gone for the day. In her state she would not get done. She debated sheathing the dagger but left it in easy reach for now, though she used both hands to keep herself upright. He was coming up the steps again and entered the room a moment later, a pitcher with water and a smaller cup in hand. As soon as he had filled the cup with water into her hands, she greedily drank it down. Her mask held at a slight angle so that she could reach her mouth without revealing too much. After the second cup was emptied and refilled again, he did not immediately hand it back. "Slowly now," he said, and handed her back the cup. She obliged him, taking slower, smaller sips of water instead of the gulps from before. His other hand went by rummage through one of the pouches secured to his belt. In his hand he held a small bit of paper. He opened it to reveal 2 small brown pills inside. "We call them soldier pills. It will replenish your strength faster than anything else can, though surviving on just this isn't a good idea. Half of one is probably enough." Keith accepted one of the small pills and warily held it up for inspection. There didn't seem to be anything extraordinary about it. But the smell was foreign to him, multiple ingredients she had never encountered. Despite her earlier actions, the offer did not calm her doubts. If he wanted you dead, you could not stop him now, she thought ruefully. Even with Valyrian steel in hand she would not be able to stop him successfully. For all H experience she was no match for him if it should come to a direct confrontation. Still there could be a danger other than death hidden inside the strange balls. Naruto seemed to notice her hesitation and held out a hand. "It's not poison. Give me half and I'll eat it first." The suggestions suited her caution and his earlier estimate towards the effectiveness. He cut the pill into 2 half dagger and handed one back to her. The pommel was a small ring and the blade long and thin, tapering to a sharp point. It was better suited to stabbing than cutty job, nonetheless. He swallowed his half without complaint, and she could spot no signs of any adverse effects. When a minute passed without any reactions, Kate put her own half. There was a slight earthy flavor to the remedy, but it was mostly tasteless and she swallowed it without issue. The effects were immediate. She was still exhausted and hungry. But it was much easier to push that aside now, and her magic was rapidly regenerating itself, her S increasing with every second. It did not stop, quickly exceeding her limits. Kate was a vessel for the energy and now she was fit to burst. Her body straining to keep from being torn apart by the mass of magic that was being generated, it kept coming without an end in sight. Her body was pulling itself apart at the seams. She collapsed to the floor, mask first, her muscles no longer answering her commands. Her whole body felt weighed down, like she was suddenly carrying 5 other her skin, and she was growing feverishly hot. Her throat hurt but she could not say why. There were words being said but she could not understand them, her ears the outside world. There was a hand on her shoulder, shaking her, but she could not turn. Sight left her next. The room was darkening, as if it was drowning in shadow, and then only darkness remained, and the world crushed her. Betrayal. It should not have been a surprise, but it was. The last thing she was aware of were strong arms picking her up. Kate was adrift in an empty void. Thoughts came in small clumps of clarity, but she could make no sense of the timing. Sometimes hours seemed to pass, some at seconds. A feverish haze was clouding her senses. There was warmth, but it grew into excess only to be quenched by clear, cool relief shortly afterwards. She could feel her and when it became too much there was the void again. How long it went on she could not say, but again and again came some clarity and then it left. Suddenly reality snapped into sharp focus. She stood, surrounded by snow and ice, but she was not truly cold. Instead of the horizon, a great monolith of pale blue ice dominated the view, spanning from as she could see. The wall, she knew. Even if she had never seen it with her own eyes. Nothing else could match the might of that ancient monstrosity. Kate could not say on which side she stood, and there were no landmarks that she could use to orient herself. She turned away from the wall and looked into traveled down her back. But she could not say whether it was the feeling of trepidation or the harsh cold that suddenly assaulted her that was the cause of it. Crunch horror filled her and she turned back, only to see a great crack running along the face of the wall from top to bottom. White dust escaped from the cleft like the breath, and ice broke, whole sheets, sometimes miles long and wide, sliding off and crashing to the ground. From the split tendrils of blue light escaped into the air, and for all its size the wall suddenly seemed much lesser than it had been moments before. A glowing dot appeared at the top, right at the apex of the damage. Its brightness a stark contrast to the encroaching dark behind her. At this distance it was no little finger, but she could see it waxing and waning, saw it flickering like a flame. Everything stilled, and the wall itself suddenly glowed with the same bright light. As if ice had been replaced with fire, and stood as bulwark against the terror that and consume everything. Clarity left her from one moment to the next, and once more she knew only the void. Again and again. Clarity came to her thoughts for seconds at a time, and then it left her just as quickly. Something had happened to her, something expected, and she could feel no wounds, and yet she had been stabbed in the back. The weight on her body had lightened marginally, and when the clarity returned it seemed clearer than the last time. This time there were only flashes, like she was looking at moving paintings in a book while someone else was rapidly flipping the pages. A man armored in dark ice. Standing vigil in the snow with a blade of fire in his hands. Men fighting in a field, dying in a field, and then a roar filled the sky and a jeep passed overhead. A city raised on 3 hills, King's Landing she realized, engulfed in flames. A blue rose growing from a small crack in the wall. A blond man, show masked, that threatened to crush everything around him, while 9 shadow tendrils moved behind him. Ships dotting the sea, completely filling her view, and then raged, and something rose from the depths. Finally, there was smoke and ash. This image remained for a while, and after a moment the wind shifted, clearing the sky slightly and allowing her to see the islands. The 14 flames were easily identifiable and dominated the view completely. Lava still flowed thick about the peninsula today, but here whole parts were swallow waves of molten rock and fire. Towers and bridges were collapsing as she watched, and the anguished screams of the dead and dying filled the air. Her vision was dimming as the red and orange wave swept over the fringes of old Valyria, consuming an empire. This time no void awaited her. She was warm and weak and lying on a soft surface, and her head was pounding, despite the wet cloth placed on her forehead. Her first instinct was to sit up, but protested the movement, a small groan escaping her lips. Something moved next to her. Kate turned bleary eyes towards the motion, but the room was rather dark and she could only make out a collection of colors. Orange and yellow, and 2 dots wanted to speak, but her mouth and tongue were too dry for words. A hand was helping her up then, and a cup of cool water was being held to her lips, allowing refreshing sips. The water brought some clarity to her thoughts and helped cool her body somewhat. It was a fever's heat and weakness that afflicted her, she knew, and only release from the sluggishness in her limbs. "Do you feel any better?" a voice asked, after she had emptied the cup. Kate had to wait a few moments for her eyes to adjust and her vision to clear, but she expected what she would see. Naruto sat next to her bed, a basin, a pitcher of water and a steaming wooden bowl placed on a small table within easy reach, right next to her dagger and mask. Concerning but only slightly, she could feel that her glamour was still in place. The room was dark, but she recognized her own bedchamber. She was not bound, there was a weapon within easy reach, and she had been cared for. This had not been betrayal. Slightly. How long? Her voice was hoarse, and her throat felt raw, even after the water, but she needed to know. You were out for 2 whole days, he answered. It's almost midnight right now. 2 days. She had not missed the ship then. You must be hungry. He stood up and helped her seat herself against the wall before handing her the bowl and a spoon. Kate only realized how hungry she was. First whiff of the soup inside and quickly attacked the meal in front of her. Even holding the spoon was difficult and eating with it even more so, but admitting that being fed and that was one step too far for her. After she had finished the soup and exchanged the bowl for another cup of water, they sat in silence for a bit. Naruto was the one to break the silence. Sorry about the mask. He sounded honestly apologetic, and she didn't harbor him any ill will for it. There hadn't been much of a choice after she had collapsed. Remember it very well, the dreams were far clearer in her mind. But her magic still felt raw and overwhelming in a way it never had before. What exactly happened? After taking the soldier pill you passed out screaming. You were losing control of your chakra for some reason, and it only stabilized again a few hours ago. I have them have that effect on someone, Naruto explained, though his words didn't make much clear. Well, it seemed like they would have to find out together. As he walked through Karth, the sun slowly starting its descent, his thoughts were on the events of the day. Naruto wasn't sure what to make of Kate. She hadn't lied, at least, not really, though the kind of word play she had used was sort of a lie too. In a weird way it was also more honest than just saying something false and claiming that it was true. Hiding your identity and name. He could sort of understand at least. The illusion was more interesting anyway, well made and well applied as it was. He wasn't sure how much it changed. Detecting illusions was always easier than see them. The eyes most likely, maybe more underneath the mask, but he had not pried. Kakashi had been pretty particular about not showing his face, and that had been a joke, even if it had only infuriated him as a kid. There was barely any chakra in it too. He had never taken a transformation to such extremes, so he wasn't sure if it was easy or not. He had never really used it no more than a few hours, but it didn't seem like Kate ever reapplied it. For all he knew it was there while she slept too. That must have taken a ton of training. He had let her ask her questions and mostly answered them. The drink, the doors, and rooms, and then the undying with the beating heart floating above them. The visions or dreams or whatever they had been. Maybe he would have shared the first two, he wasn't really sure what they had been supposed to be anyway, but retelling that was just too much. Even thinking about it wasn't something he liked to do, mostly pushing it away whenever anything brought it to the forefront of no, Naruto had let her ask her questions and then answered them. She hadn't seemed all that satisfied in the end, but she had left it at that. Even if he could tell us no more. When the time for his own questions had come, he had hesitated and then stayed silent. What did information matter to him? He had no home, no friends, no goals anymore. So he had left, telling her he needed a few hours, but that he would be back. Against pain he had been about to unleash the Kyuubi because he couldn't handle it. He hadn't known how to go on, what to do, how to deal with it. His father had time. Telling him how proud he was, of the decision he had made the day Naruto had been born. And that he couldn't give him the answers to his questions. Naruto those for himself. This time there was no bubbling rage, no seal to be broken, no chakra remnant left in his mind to talk him away from the metaphorical edge he had been standing this time. He really was alone. What did you do when there was nothing left except for memories? He had grown strong so that he could protect the people precious to him, and now none of them he knew nothing but fighting, with kunai and chakra and fists. Had never even envisioned doing something else in his life. He'd go on missions and fight, and then he'd become Hokage, and he'd hand out missions, and if something important happened, he'd fight too. But there were no missions here. There was no Konoha, no Hokage, no shinobi. Just a foreign world he didn't know. For a few minutes he focused on nothing but walking. Putting one foot in front of the other. This day was as hot as all the other days he had experienced in Karth, be sinking. It was no worse than a hot summer day in Konoha. There were men and women walking beside him. Children flitting between legs, and sometimes guards in their scaled armor coming through on camels. All of them about the rest of their day, some returning home, others buying a last few things. They were just ordinary people, living their lives. Except for the Ichirakus, he had never really connected with civilians. His focus had always been on other shinobi. Cell's words were a little like shinobi, they just couldn't use chakra. Kaith was like that in a way too. She could definitely use chakra. But she didn't strike him as even if she did hide a dagger under her robes. They were similar but not the same, and somehow that made all the difference. But should it? There had been shinobi who didn't really fight. Like that girl Shiho that had helped with decrypting Jiraiya's last message, and people like Guy and Lee that didn't, or chakra respectively. Arg! Naruto ran his hands through his dirty hair in frustration. This just wasn't working. He had never been the type to sit down and think things through like this came to him in the moment, when he stumbled on some spark of inspiration. As far as he knew, there were no training grounds in Karth, but he could really use some physical activity right about now. Maybe that would help him. Course of action clear, Naruto oriented himself. He had been aimlessly walking through the city and he didn't know Karth all that well, mostly just the surroundings, so find the harbor and go from there. He couldn't see anything he recognized, and not everyone in the city spoke Yiddish. The scraps of the local language he had picked up wouldn't really help him here. Picking out one of the taller buildings in the vicinity, he got close and ducked into an alley close by. Then he started climbing. Bounding up windowsills or cracks in the air at the top was clear and a slow wind blew, ruffling his clothes. There was the harbor and there the outer wall and the surroundings lands. He decided on the northeast, in the direction of the Bone Mountains, where the ground and uneven. It would be easier to find a secluded spot there, so that no one stumbled upon him and got hurt. He jumped from roof to roof, clearing the city in scarce few minutes, and he relished the familiar feeling. Maybe Karth didn't look the same as Konoha, but jumping and seeing the people walking below still felt the same. The day had grown darker, and no one accosted him on his way over the wall and into the desert. He had only a bit of water with him. But he didn't intend on exhausting himself anyway. About half a mile from the city there was a spot that suited his needs, a small low valley hidden from view until you stood on top of the surrounding rocks. There was no training dummy, and the only vegetation that grew among the rock and sand were dry gnarly shrubs and little stunted trees, but even without the ground he could practice. For now, he moved through his taijutsu stances while battling imaginary opponents. Flowing from kicks into punches, palm strikes and hammer blows as the scener demanded. He skipped and jumped and ducked around the counter blows that would have come his way. Without his shadow clones he had to minimize his time in the air. While you were falling you were exposed, and normally without a means to move out of the way, jumps and spins still had their uses, so neglecting them was not a good idea. Again and again, he went through his form. Haymakers, spinning kicks, knife hand strikes, leg sweeps. The only thing he didn't practice were grapples and throws, depended too much on having a weight resisting you and limbs to grab or bind, to really translate into this kind of training. Almost 2 hours passed before he was satisfied. His brow was matted with sweat. And he could feel his heart beating like a hammer in his chest. Even if he could, the physical activity had served to clear his head a bit. Now he could move on to other training. He had wasted away for a week, not doing much of anything. Except for playing with the wind in a way he hadn't in the past, he knew no wind-style techniques, but he had mastered the elemental transformation for the Shuriken just as he had learned shape transformation while get the Rasengan. He'd have to rely on his own ideas and make up his own new techniques if he wanted to use that knowledge properly. Naruto sat down cross-legged on a patch of slightly elevated stone and controlled his breathing. He focused on his chakra, how it flowed about his body, how it reeked breathing, and how much of it he had access to. His mind had been on other things after the betrayal by the warlocks and his subsequent escape, but now he was in to realize what had changed. Kurama was asleep again and he had had no success in waking the fox yet. But his chakra had strengthened, if only slightly. Shadow clones were still beyond him, Rasengan, but he could be a bit more liberal with reinforcing his body now. If he worked on his control, he could probably even walk on water for minutes at a time, completely squeezing himself dry. But it also seemed like not a lot would change about that. He was still unsure why his chakra was acting this way, but that and the fact that Kurama was weakened had to be connected. He had no idea how to go about finding out what exactly was causing it, but there was no use in crying over it. That wouldn't stop him. Even if he did know wind-style techniques, he wasn't even sure if he was strong enough to use them. Wait. He did know one technique. Well, two really, but using R was as far beyond him as using Sage Mode for now. Palming a kunai. He held the weapon out in front of him. The blade was ordinary and not the special steel Asuna's blades had been made of, but this should still what he carefully grasped his chakra, about half of what he had access to, and imagined the energy forming two blades that rubbed against each other. Thinner and thin them, until the razor edge that remained between them was sharp enough to cut through anything. The kunai resisted the chakra more than he remembered from Asuna's blades, but that was to be expected. He had used too much chakra, that much was obvious, still the same. Extending about a foot from the point of the kunai was a pale blue blade of wind chakra. If he found the sweet spot, the blade would be invisible to the naked eye, cutting only with the force of the wind he had created. But that would take quite a bit of he remembered the feeling of the blade Asuna had generated that first time compared to his own first attempt at one. His current version was miles better than his, but there was still room for improvement. Still, this was good. He knew very well how powerful concealing the exact length and width of your attack was. His Sage Mode allowed him to do the same thing for hand combat after all, and even if he just threw the weapon, a little bit of wind chakra would help in every way: range, speed, cutting power. He could empower same way, which may even be more useful. Kunai were heavier and normally did more damage than the smaller throwing stars, but they were also taking up more space and flew only on a straight path. A shoe through the air, which could catch an opponent unaware if they weren't familiar with the little weapons, but they were actually more useful as a tool in combat, by or forcing movements, than as a weapon meant to kill or significantly injure, against an armored foe especially. Even thrown with a shinobi's strength. Coating a smaller edge in wind would also expend less chakra, allowing him to do it more often with his current capacity. In that regard, arrows would be even bet outranged kunai and shuriken both. The range of a bow would also bridge one of the few gaps in his current combat arsenal. Wind techniques generally favored shorter ranges, out to about 60 feet, account of the fact that you expended less chakra to move air over shorter distances, and he had always been the same way. Still, the advantage of fighting at rang apparent. Throwing his Rasen Shuriken was one of the biggest advantages of his Sage Mode, even disregarding that it allowed him to avoid crippling his arm for day, but he had no ability with one, and neither teacher nor bow besides. Naruto released the chakra blade with a small grin and put the kunai away, happy with his progress, nonetheless. Now there was just one last thing to try. He focused chakra in his hand and slowly moved it in a circle, the chain clinking softly. He wasn't looking for cutting winds right now. Just movement in the air. The breeze blowing in the valley at the moment, but maybe that was good. If he could do it without there being any wind already there, it would be even easier if their grasping the air was no use, it would just scatter before you could get a good grip. You had to guide it along the path you wanted, funnel it towards your target. It worked for him, when he had played with the wind while sitting on the dock. The wind wanted to move and would do so at the slightest nudge, but it would not be controlled. He felt the slight breeze he was generating, the wind following the movement of his hand. His chakra was a gentle touch in the air, so little that it was invisible. Reaching out to guide the movement of the wind. After a few minutes of generating a breeze, he felt his exhaustion more clearly. He had spent most of his chakra by now, only a trickle answering his call anymore, lowering his hand to his lap, and breathed out contently. Maybe this situation was still shit. Maybe he still had no idea what he would do, but he'd go on. Naruto Uzumaki didn't give up. People had called him a knucklehead, equal parts derision and affection. He didn't quit, ever. He was sweaty and dirty and exhausted. His clothes were still ripped up and getting a bit small besides, he was hungry and thirsty by now. And he really needed to the chains off his wrists, but he had never felt better since getting to this world. He knew what questions he wanted to ask now. Naruto stood and started walking towards the city, taking the slow way. If the gates were closed, he would have to climb the walls, but that wasn't so difficult. He still had the money for protecting the caravan on its way to Karth. The amount he had was more than enough to buy undamaged clothes and a bed for the night cleaned up. A dip in the harbor would be enough for tonight. There was a lot to do tomorrow. Getting his chain shirt patched, buying those clothes, getting a full meal. Afterwards he'd see Kaith. The blacksmith didn't understand his words, but showing him the hole the arrow had left in the chain shirt made that unnecessary. The gruff young man easily Aki piece Naruto handed him and went to work, a satisfied look on his face. A silver coin was more than the repair was worth, but if it got him his equipment back more quickly, he was happy to overpay. He had slept for longer than usual and his first real attempt at shaving had taken far longer than necessary. Jiraiya had explained to him how to do it once, after Na watched him do it, but doing turned out to be harder than knowing. The small nicks the blade had made had already healed by now. But the sun was already high in the sky by the time he had finished, eaten something, and found the smithy. He had been here just before going to sleep yesterday, to snap the heavy steel shackles. He was strong enough to do it without tools, but since he could hands on one shackle, getting the necessary grip on the steel was difficult. The young man started his work and Naruto left. Walking around without the light armor felt weird after spending years wearing it, but he could deal with that, for the markets close to the harbor were his next stop. Where stalls and shops held almost everything he could think to buy, even if his main interest were new clothes weren't in as bad shape as the jacket, but they were still ripped and in need of replacing. The sea spray that he had been exposed to while sitting on the docks had of the color from the bottom and had made the material stiff and uncomfortable. Naruto had never spent a lot of thought on clothing before, though even he knew that green spandex was a bit much. So the assortment of different colors, cuts, was a bit overwhelming. Without any real idea what he was doing, he went for something simple. Light, airy clothing in a light orange, almost yellow color. The parts covering his upper arm were wider than those covering the lower limbs and the belt was a bit unfamiliar in its design, but he eventually got used to it. Finding a replacement for his sandals wasn't as easy. Most footwear he could find were either leather boots or smaller slippers, and the rest was something so close to that it didn't really matter. When looking for an hour didn't turn up anything like his sandals, he settled for a pair of knee-high boots. He just hoped they would survive a few kicks before being badly. His purchases handled, Naruto left the market in the direction of the harbor proper and Kaith's home. Shopping wasn't exactly one of his favorite pastimes. In markets and between merchants and sailors held far more interest to him. What information he could gain by listening was limited, however. Not only did they speaking Yiddish for him to understand them, But he wasn't exactly well informed when it came to the current circumstances in this world. Who was notable, who was secure were alliances and positions. What positions even existed? He just didn't know, which made remembering the few tidbits he picked up difficult. Without Kant, tidbits were just facts, or more likely rumors and stories. He supposed that was another thing Kaith could be useful for. The harbor of Karth was vast and more than 100 ships docked and set sail every day. Watching it all was quite interesting. Just as it had been in Asabad. Dee deftly tied the ships down with coils of rope as they pulled into the dock, while dockworkers were usually already prepared and waiting to start the brisk process of then loading the ships again. The crews only left the deck for a few hours at most. Sometimes not even that, before they set sail again to sell and buy different goo over the world. On the outer edge of the harbor, business was not so harshly regimented. The ships that docked there were usually manned or even owned by foreigners, who could rely on established trade deals or merchants already waiting to buy the expected goods and had to go out and find profitable deals themselves. Konoha had no port itself, but even he knew that most cities did have at least a river for barges close by. If you weren't a shinobi, traveling by ship was a lot faster distances and definitely less exhausting. The trip to the Land of Lightning in his training with B had been done by ship, even though they had all been shinobi, and was not as great as some of trade routes he had seen on maps here. The people at the outer edge were as different from each other as they were from the people of Karth. Some had skin as dark as ebony, while others were heavy se both chest and limbs with a heavy ridged brow. The clothes mirrored the people in their differences. Some wearing long flowing skirts in the style of Karth, while of thin vests and pants of linen to cover their bodies. Naruto turned away from his observation as he got close to Kaith's house, already trying to word his questions in his head. He wasn't convinced that he could Kaith, but he didn't think her the type to betray him as the warlocks had done either. He knocked on the heavy wooden door, but there was no answer. More knocking did not summon Kaith, and neither did yelling. He couldn't hear anything through either. Which probably meant she wasn't home at the moment. He stepped back from the door, his eyes raised to the second floor. There were windows there, but Jay inside would be kind of rude, and he could always come back later, or even tomorrow. It was unlikely that she had simply left the city, even if the possibility was there. It had been obvious that she had wanted to know more from him, and if she left, those things out. When 5 more minutes of waiting did not reveal a lacquered mask, Naruto decided to leave. There was no point in standing around and waiting. It wasn't like he time pressure. He started walking, simply picking one of the directions he hadn't come from at random, and looked around, hoping that something would attract his attention. The full of people at this hour, and there were still hours left until it would sink below the horizon. Once more Naruto wondered what he could do to pass the time besides training. He had no great need for gold at the moment, his pay would still last him many days. And even if he did train, there was only so much time he could spend on that chakra supply. He had no friends to seek out or teammates and teachers to talk about new ideas for training to. "Hey, kid!" The shout came from behind him. He stopped and turned, curious. He knew that voice and had understood the words for once, but no name came to me. Through the crowd of people came Yan, one of the guards that had come with him to Karth, empty hand waving through the air. The other was thrown over the show companion. One of the injured guards they had brought back to the city, the one with the dislocated shoulder. That arm was still in a sling, and the man looked happy enough, though Naruto could not quite recall his name. Lin? Bon? He wasn't sure. Both of them were Karien and had obviously been enjoying themselves for some time already, judging by their slightly unbalanced steps. Naruto felt slightly bad that he had not spared any of them a thought since getting to Karth, not even those that had died against the Dothraki. But he had been important things then. "I see you have used your gold as well," Yan said, nodding towards Naruto's new garb with a grin on his slightly flushed face. Despite that, his speech was clear and sign of intoxication. "Well, no matter. Come, drink with us," he beckoned, holding out his own supply of wine. "Why not?" Naruto accepted after a moment of thought. He could see no harm in a bit of drinking, and it would certainly help kill some time. He took a small swig a skin back. The wine was too sweet for his taste, like many drinks in Karth. But he could see the appeal, nonetheless. Yan slung his other arm over Naruto's shoulders and steered all three of them through the streets with clear familiarity, and minutes later he had his own wineskin taking the occasional sip as they wound their way through the city to one of Yan's favorite drinking spots. Once they reached the much-praised establishment, it was only a small out-of-the-way bar. All the patrons inside carried weapons, both plain to see and hidden, and of sellswords and guards, but the atmosphere was inviting enough. Not everyone spoke Yiddish, but a considerable few did, and Yan, like others, could speak both at a tongue so he could translate if necessary. Some people played at dice, a few coins exchanging hands now and then and curses being uttered with no real heat, while others told tall tales about this or that important escort. After 5 wins in a row no one wanted to play Naruto anymore, so he left the betting and games to others with a slightly fatter purse and amused himself by listening the stories being told. Most were proud tales of winning a fight against an opponent that would grow larger and stronger and quicker with each retelling, but after more wine than was advisable, there were sadder tales too. Of this or that lost comrade or friend and how they had been before dying. How much they had always boasted or japed or goaded before and after a fight, and now anymore. Naruto mostly listened, and like everyone else ignored a scant few tears when they came and went during a particularly sad tale. Hours had passed and the sun had almost completely disappeared by the time Naruto told a story of his own. Maybe it was the mood or maybe the wine or something told it nonetheless. He didn't speak about Kakashi or Sakura or Granny Tsunade or even Sasuke. Doing that felt like a step too far. And they weren't dead, not really, couldn't see them ever again. Instead, he spoke about the third Hokage and eventually Jiraiya. He glossed over everything about chakra since it wouldn't make a lot of sense to anyone there. In the end his mouth was as dry as his second wineskin. He didn't really feel drunk, not in the way Jiraiya or Tsunade or Kakashi had ever described it anyway, but even that his reactions and senses were slightly dulled by the alcohol. Naruto felt a little better afterwards. Even if he had kind of lost track of time and completely forgotten about going to Kaith today, and he left the little hovel with happy smile. The ivory price had made good time to New Guys, where they had restocked their supplies and taken on some new wares, before heading for Volantis. The island was small and unimpressive compared to Karth, and he had spent the few hours that they had been docked giving a hand with the ship. Now it was days later and the night, but with a clear sky and a bright moon Naruto had no trouble looking out over the water to the north. It was warm in the summer sea even if it was supposedly still winter. They were only a few leagues from the ruins of old Valyria now. No sane captain braved their own free will, and the Basilisk Isles were said to be a cesspool of pirates and cutthroats, so they charted a course farther from the coast than usual while circling destroyed peninsula. He could not see the ruins themselves from the deck, and even from the crow's eye only ash and smoke marked the remaining islands, but some shimmered a foreboding red in that direction. Kaith had been teaching him over the weeks at sea, and she favored tales and histories of the ancient freehold. It reminded him of the few tidbits he knew Abu homeland. Uzushio had been an island nation before its destruction, and the ruins had been of some interest to him. So he could understand her fascination with He wasn't alone on deck, but the few deckhands that were on watch had taken other spots. The night crew avoided him as much as most of the other members did. He wasn't the reason for it. He had not paid it much attention the first time they met, but men and women feared Kaith and her mask. Shadowbinder. Witch. Sorceress. Naruto could hear their whispers when they thought neither of them were close enough. Kaith did not seem to mind. If anything, deliberately provoked that reaction in others, but then she was quite good in hiding her thoughts even without the mask. Thinking of Keith made him remember their last days in Karth, and remembering that made heat rise to his cheeks. When she had collapsed, he had frozen in Sue, hurrying to help her. Picking her up had made it more than clear that there was a woman under those concealing robes. He had known that before, of course, but it set in until then. Unfortunately, noticing that once meant that he now found his eyes unconsciously focusing on her every time she came into view. It was quite distracting, which did lessons with her. Keith was a strict teacher with little patience for dawdling, and she pushed him to learn as quickly as possible. Naruto should be dreaming in his bunk right now, but he was restless and nowhere near tired enough for sleep. Just sitting inside and reading and learning and answering questions brought him back to his academy days. Even after his latest foray into learning back in ET, spending his days with only books and lessons one nature. So, he stood on deck and watched the ocean and starlit sky. It was a pretty sight, even if the stars were all wrong here. That was one of the things he had only noticed after the Warlocks and Kurama. Some things looked similar. The people here had different names for the constellations, which was just another thing he had to learn. The ice dragon he already knew, with its eye in the north and a tail you could follow south. Keith had shown him the others as well, but he hadn't memorized of yet. The sword of the morning was easy enough, as was the crone's lantern. But he couldn't decide if he was remembering the other ones correctly. It didn't matter much anyway. They were still more than a week from their destination. That was time enough to remember them all. The waters were calm and warm. Only tiny waves lapping against the wooden hull of the ship. Naruto debated jumping in and swimming for a bit. He hadn't needed few years, but he should still be able to do it well enough to keep pace. Swimming would exhaust him a lot quicker than walking on water would, and Keith was in using any magic where others could see. Her own magic had only fully recovered a week ago. There had been a raw edge to her energy even after she had woken from her fever. Neither of them had been it meant, but the first thing to do was be careful, so they had waited. Teaching her still had to wait even longer. However, poorly controlled fire and ships weren't he decided against jumping into the water, contenting himself with the view. There was not a single other ship in sight, but that was no ill omen. Corsairs were rare. Land that was not a smoking ruin, but they could still happen. That was what worried their captain the most, he thought. As soon as they circled around Valyria, the being set upon by pirates would only grow until they reached the port of Volantis. What did it say about him that he almost hoped that a ship would appear on the horizon, heading for them with muffled oars and black sails? A good fight, would doubt. Then again, how could civilians give him a good fight? Naruto exhaled a frustrated breath and hung his head, leaning forward over the railing, arms perched on wood. It was too dark to see a reflection in the water. He would have welcomed a look at himself. Instead, there was only the moon and the whispering of the waves. He had no affinity for water, but he had none for fire either, and he was going to do his best to teach that to Keith nonetheless. The first stage was easy enough. What would have happened to the paper? Cutting, crumbling, burning, soaking, crinkling. The second step was the harder part. He didn't have enough chakra to see you more than once right now, and Keith didn't even have that much. In time he would have to figure out some other way to train her. Maybe, while he was at it, he could think of something to do after he had soaked his first leaf as training and learning and training again. That was what he spent his days on, and he was still no closer to figuring out what he did it for. In the end, Naruto got his wish about 100 leagues from their destination. He was with Keith in her cabin, going over the history of kings in Westeros before the trouble started. She was without her mask at the moment, but the illusion was still in place. When others were around, she always donned the lacquered mask, but when it was only them, she went without it now and again. The illusion looked rather normal. A small nose, dark brown eyes, and long brown hair. Whether it was the fact that he knew it to be an illusion or something else, And that the face looked almost eerily ordinary. So Maegor took the throne from his half-brother and Jaehaerys, who was the son of that half-brother, took the throne from him. All the kings were marked with a family tree laid out before him. Aegon, Aenys, Maegor, Jaehaerys, Viserys. And then Aegon again, and on it went. 17 kings there were in total. Seve over 280 years. In comparison, Konoha's history seemed insignificant, and those kings didn't even include the time before the conquest. Kaith had said the oldest houses could trough for 8,000 years or even more. That boggled his mind. In basic terms, yes. The history of House Targaryen is full of family fighting family, she said. The dance, the Blackfire rebellions. Kaith had given him a broad starting on the details. Naruto heard the shouting on the deck through the closed door. He could no more speak their language than he could at the start of their voyage, but the emotions enough to understand. Surprise, anger, fear. Pirates, he realized in an instant, and he could see the same understanding in Kaith's eyes. Both hurried out the door and up on deck to overcast skies. There was land to their east. A small rocky island that wasn't even big enough to be part of most maps, probably be completely swallowed by the sea in a fierce enough storm. From behind that same rock came 2 black-sailed ships on 20 oars each, their decks filled with colorfully garbed men. Both ships were smaller than the ivory oars powering their speed. They would not take long to catch and encircle them. Kaith took one look at them and hurried back below deck. He wasn't sure what she planned to do, but it didn't matter much for now. Besides himself, there were deck. Most of them already clutching curved cutlasses or long knives as they ran around. The few others had wound crossbows and had already trained the weapon incoming ships. His hands fell to his own weapons on reflex. The ships were too far away for kunai or shuriken, but that would not be the case for very long. If the wind turned, Agai pirates would reach their ship in a few minutes. If not, they may hold out for 30, maybe even 40, minutes before the first man tried to board. The captain continued shouting orders at his crew, and they moved to obey, some more quickly than others. The Ivory Price was intended for sailing, not rowing. There was no hope of outrunning the 2 smaller vessels. The attempt would have only left them exhausted before the fight even started. Their only advantage height difference between the ships. If the pirates wanted to board, they would have to climb the higher railing, which would leave them exposed from above. Naruto could take both ships on by himself, but who would stop the second crew while he dealt with the first? One of the pirate ships outnumbered the crew on the itself, but with the high railing and only one side to defend it should be enough. He cursed his inability to speak a language the captain or crew could understand. Hi good, and he had the barest essentials of the Westerosi tongue, but the mix of Quarthine and Volantine sailors spoke neither. Minutes passed, a slow drizzle began pelting them, and the pirates gained on them. The 2 ships had split up and settled in behind them, one to the left. The other quivers filled with bolts had been placed within easy reach, and some of the sailors had exchanged their blades for long spears that would allow them to attack the safety of the deck well before the pirates could retaliate with sword or axe. Unfortunately, his own side wasn't alone in having the ability to attack at range. Before any of the crossbows had been fired, 4 dark-skinned pirates on the ship closing in from the right, had knocked, drawn, and loosed arrows from their longbow tracked their flight through the air. 3 wouldn't hit anyone on deck, but the 4th was heading right for one of the sailors. He rushed over and pulled the man out of the way moments before the arrow could feather him through the chest. He understands the man's gratitude, even Witho language between them. Naruto directed him to the other side of the ship, and the man obeyed after a moment of hesitation. More arrows were flying now, and the few crossbows on the Ivory Price were starting to return a few bolts of their own. Most of the projectiles found only wood, hull or railing, but a few pierced flesh. While arrows and bolts flew, the oars did not stop powering the speed of the pirates, and they continued advancing. Soon both were of height with their own ship and to close from both sides. Naruto placed a foot on the railing, kunai in hand. The ships crept closer. 60 yards. 50 yards. 40 yards. Arrows flew, and he stepped up with the other leg, overbalanced, and pushed off from the wooden hull. Most of the pirates were still preoccupied with their oars as he flipped through the air and landed in the middle of their deck. They all looked at him in shock, surprise actions which gave him a few seconds of freedom. He rushed to the stern of the ship, the rudder his goal. Disabling that would reduce the threat of the whole ship and its crew in one move. The first man in his way archers, bow still in hand. Tall, dark brown skin and short black hair. The man was groping for the knife sheathed at his belt, but Naruto was too fast. A punch to the throat had him gasping for breath and the pommel of Naruto's kunai knocked the man out and to the side. A flick of the wrist had the kunai flying to second archer in line. The other two were behind him and would be loosening arrows at him soon, but the one in front was his first target. The man took the blade and Naruto ripped it out as he moved past. With rain making the wooden deck wet and slick, keeping your balance was much harder. But these men were sailors and adjusted to that problem already. Naruto see it, but he once more wished for his old reserves, thinking about his usage this carefully was just annoying. With chakra he would stick to the deck so tightly that no dislodge him without his agreement. Two of the four oarsmen still in front of him had gotten up and exchanged wood for steel, one a cutlass, the other a big knife. Naruto dodged the first swipe and grabbed a hold of the knife wielder by his thin vest. He jerked the man around and into the path of the cutlass. The steel edge bit inches into the flesh of his captive before the other sailor stopped his swing. Naruto kicked the first man into the second and over the edge of the ship. Two men were left in front of him, one manning the tiller and the other shouting commands at the crew. Naruto threw a quick look over his shoulder. With most of him he had to keep an eye on his blind spot. The two archers were ready to loosen arrows his way and 5 other oarsmen had abandoned their oars for weapon. The arrows flew and he jumped, letting them pass underneath. One buried into the wooden railing ahead while the other took the shouting captain in the thigh. He man, muscled and tall with a forked green beard, but the impact still made him flinch and cut the latest command short. Even with an arrow in his leg, the captain did not buckle. Brandishing a knife in one hand and a scimitar in the other. Naruto blocked the scimitar with his kunai and forced him back, making the captain put his weight on the injured leg. Naruto leaned back, dodging the wild swing with the offhand knife. The ship impacted the hull of the Ivory Price and a great shock traveled through the deck, unbalancing him for a moment. The captain was unable to counter the balanced on his weakened leg and stumbled to the side. Naruto's heavy backhand turned the stumble into a fall. The captain crumbled and his head met the wood loud crack. Before he could strike the pirate manning the tiller, the man raised both hands and backed away, fear plain in his wide eyes. Naruto shooed him away and lashed OU with a foot. The wooden handle snapped, leaving only a small stub to control the rudder and with it the ship. He wasn't done. Gripping the railing he swung his body over the side, hanging with one hand on the railing and the other braced against the outer hull. 2 kicks cracked and then wooden rudder, making steering impossible. He pulled himself up to the railing again and swung onto the deck. 2 grappling lines already connected the smaller ship to the Ivory Price and the first of the Pira shimmying up a rope with a knife clutched in his mouth while another was getting ready to ascend the second line. 2 armed men awaited him near the destroyed tiller. One with an axe, the other with a sword that looked more like an unusually long knife. Behind them, lying in was the man that had surrendered to Naruto moments before. The man with the axe was the shorter of the two, but he looked twice as mean and twirled his axe and skill. He also sported a gray mail shirt, which distinguished him from most of the other pirates who wore only thin linen, if anything at all, for fear of drowning any armor. The taller man slicked his long wet hair back, to keep it out of his eyes, and then advanced. The man with the axe was tossing his weapon from one hand to the other while circling to the left. They were talking with each other in short sentences, but he could not understand them. Naruto dodged the first diagonal slash with a half-turn to the side that had the edge pass in front of him with inches to spare. He swept the man's feet out from under, yanked on an arm. The man grunted in pain when his shoulder was forced to carry all his weight. Naruto spun with the arm in hand and threw him towards the axe. The armored pirate was quick enough to duck underneath the screaming body and came up with a slice intended to bury into his chin from below as the other mawed the water. He recoiled to dodge the axe. But the other hand was coming for his belly with a dirk. Naruto caught the dirk by the blade with his free hand and didn't blow out with his kunai, but the pirate had realized the futility of a contest of strength and abandoned his dirk to tumble backwards. Instead of having a few inches of steel planted in his neck, he got away with a thin red line across the throat, slowly weeping blood. Naruto flipped the wet steel so that he had the dirk by the handle instead of the blade. The design was plain, but the point and edge were well maintained. The pirate wasn't disturbed, not paying the wound any mind even if he must have felt it, and only advanced again, a dangerous smile on his face. The man was Eng. He said something else then, and though Naruto did not understand these words either, he at least knew that the man was speaking the language of Westeros. He cath speak it enough for that by now. Before the man reached him, Naruto rushed forward. He lashed out with the dirk, but the pirate barely deflected the point to the side with his axe. Steel clanged. Naruto stabbed with the kunai in his other hand. The male stopped the blade eventually, but by then the point had penetrated more than an inch into the pirate's sto. The axe came around for his neck in an arc and he ducked, pulling the kunai free in the same motion. Naruto stabbed again, with the same effect as before, and bro hand around as well. The kunai penetrated as far as it did before, but the dirk had more success. With his full strength behind the thrust, male link snapped and the into the lung from under the arm. Naruto pulled both blades free and the pirate kept standing for a few seconds, taking wet bloody breaths. Then the axe slipped from nerveless fingers and he collapsed deck. One pirate crested the railing and swung himself over while three others were still climbing the lines connecting both ships. A touch of wind chakra ran along the dirk, and he threw. The blade was straight and well balanced and flew much like a kunai would, though it was much heavier and very far ordinarily. Both lines had been pulled taut, to make shimmying up easier and to keep the ships close. The steel and chakra snapped the rope easily and into the wooden hull of the ivory price. The climbing pirates fell, one splashed into the water between the ships and the two others hit their own deck again. Naruto jumped on and then started running along the railing of the pirate ship. Two swords swung for his legs as he ran, but he dodged both by jumping into the air, landing between the two ships, one leg braced against each hull. He pushed, forcing the ships apart inch by inch. One arrow flew for his face. But he caught it before the head could burrow into his face, and then the ships were too brace against both. A touch of chakra stuck him to the ivory price as the distance widened and he watched two of the remaining crew throw new lines. The first earned himself a kunai, stopping him from throwing, but the second hook flew and caught the railing. Naruto scrambled up the hull and ripped the hook away, letting it fall into the water. A distance was too far to throw lines. Some of the pirates had already taken to their oars again, in some vain hope of steering them back towards their prey, but without a captain or a rudder that task was successful for a while. He kept an eye on the two remaining archers and vaulted onto the deck of his own ship again. Two arrows flew, but he leaned out of the way of both. On the deck the fighting was thick but quickly turning against the crew. For lines had been thrown over the railing and now connected ship to ship, admitting more the pirates to the deck. Four of the crew were already on the ground and bleeding, three with arrows sticking from their bodies. One of the pirates was forced over, one of the lines was cut. The crew member responsible for that small victory caught an arrow with his throat and fell to the deck, dead. Rain was beating heavily against the deck and the drumming had grown so loud that it drowned out most other noises. Naruto rushed over. Flinging a kunai as he had been about to split the skull of one of the crew members with his axe and dropped onto his back with the handle sticking from his forehead. The line closest to the stern of the Ivory Price was the least defended and another man was already gripping the railing to pull himself onto the deck when Naruto two men faced him again and he produced a new kunai from the holster attached to his leg. These fought well together, covering each other's weak spots in an ear synchronicity. They looked similar enough, smaller builds but long-limbed and the same square jaw. Probably brothers. One collapsed to the deck when Naruto kicked a leg out from under him and his brother followed him a moment later. Without the numbers advantage his wide sui openings that were easily exploited and earned a pommel to the temple. The third man fell on him with a scream, and he stepped to the side to avoid a heavy swing. Naruto exploited the opening that created and kicked the man over into the sea. All three dealt with, he cut the line and turned to the next. What little resistance there had been from the other crew members seemed to have crumbled in the short time he had been busy with one line. Three of them had and surrounded and another were lying in pools of blood. Naruto wasn't deterred. He kicked the next man that faced him backwards and the pirate tumbled headfirst over the railing while he moved on. Two other pirates away and a third died with steel in his neck. Stop. It was the first bit of Yiddish Naruto had heard since talking with Keith. Heavily accented though it was, and if he hadn't been looking out for any noise that penetrated drumming of the rain, he wouldn't have heard it at all. The speaker was a pale man, with two golden teeth and a heavy earring decorated by a red gemstone, a garnet or ruby perhaps. And had one of the crew member front of him with a knife at the throat. The sailor looked properly terrified and didn't even attempt to struggle against the hold on his shoulder, much less the knife. Naruto could see 4 standing pirates on deck, including the speaker. The others were closer to the railing and had dispatched the rest of the resistance offered by few of those were still breathing but most were injured in some way and had given up the fight. He hesitated, and then lowered his arms. He didn't put away his kunai yet. If Naruto fought the captive sailor would die before he could interfere. Good, good. There was satisfied smile on the man's lips as he shouted, as if they were having a pleasant chat. Weapons, and they die. He inclined his head. First his knees and then the other sailors that were still alive. Naruto wrestled with the decision for only a few seconds. He dropped his kunai to the deck and opened both hands to show that they were free of steel. If necessary 2 kunai hidden up his sleeves and taking one from his holster could be done in the blink of an eye. He needed only a small distraction. The man nodded his head and exchanged short words with the other pirates. Those Naruto did not understand again. 2 of them moved towards him, keeping his hands. Another pirate pulled himself on deck. 6 feet tall, heavily muscled arms, though one more so than the other, and clad in fine blue and red robes. On his back was tall as he was and a quiver of arrows. It did not look like wood to Naruto, but he had no idea what else it could be. The newcomer and speaker talked, and the 2 pirates came closer. A commotion from below deck was barely audible over the rain. 3 figures came up the stairs. He knew 2 of them already. One was a deckhand on the Ivory P sported a bloody nose, and he and the unknown man had Keith by her arms and forced her out into the rain. She had a sneer on her unmasked face, but Naruto could see the outline of her dagger beneath her robes. His fingers twitched for a moment. The impulse to act was suppressed. Keith wasn't particularly nice and he didn't really know her all that well yet, but she was still the closest thing to a friend he had in this world. The feeling bubbling stomach had nothing to do with Kurama, but his vision was still going dark at the edges. He didn't like getting angry, but he still had a temper. One of the 2 pirates kicked the kunai away and then both grabbed one arm each. They tried to force him to his knees. He didn't budge. Thunk closer to the target but still not a real hit. Naruto grabbed another arrow, notched, drew. And loosed once more. Thunk. The steel arrowhead impacted the butt a few inches to the left of the last one. A hit but a glancing one at best. At least he was getting better. The motion was still foreign to him. Throwing kunai and shuriken was mostly an arm and wrist motion. Especially if you didn't want to make it obvious that a bow wasn't the same thing. Naruto could draw the heavy weight easily enough using just his arms, but he had already experienced the strain that produced after practice. Engaging his back muscles to support the draw limited that strain but was also something he wasn't as used to doing. He had learned to throw accurately while run and fighting after hundreds of hours of practice. Now he had to force himself to stand still and remain in place. A well-rooted stance made using his back easier and strain on his arms even further, and since he wasn't even hitting a lot like this, trying to practice while in motion would probably end with him or someone else getting stray arrows sooner or later. He loosed again and again, trying and mostly failing to get anywhere near the bullseye. He had only been practicing for about a week now, but Naruto had naively getting good with a bow wouldn't take him very long. Some few arrows hit the center. But when they did, it was only good luck and not an indication of his ability. The motion of using a bow was a welcome distraction despite his lack of skill. Most of his days started the same now. After grabbing something to eat, he would over practice, and when she was too exhausted to continue, they would move on to his lessons in history and language, or he would go out and train, either with his and anything else. After his own training in elemental transformation, it hadn't really set in just how long others would take to learn. Kakashi had said that it took most people years to affinity, but with shadow clones, Naruto had done so in just a few days. Watching Keith make no real progress after 2 weeks of practice drove the point home. Was left untouched, and Naruto could tell that she was getting frustrated and distrusting of his ability as a teacher. The second part was pretty understandable. Except for Konohamaru, he had never really successfully taught anything to anyone. It didn't help that he couldn't use that he could wind. Jiraiya had used both fire and earth but had only ever taught him a very basic technique he could use to light a small fire with chakra. One jutsu element obviously wasn't comparable to mastering the elemental transformation itself. Especially since Keith already had her own trick with fire. Somehow, she could summon sparks from obsidian. He had never seen anyone do something like it. Shikamaru had told him about Asuma's use of his cigarette's FO that wasn't quite the same thing. Or at least Naruto didn't think it was. He hoped that it would mean faster training for her, for both of their sakes. His last arrows buried in the target, Naruto crossed the 40 feet to the butt and started gathering them up again so that he could continue. Judging by the position, should head back after the next batch. If Keith felt up for it, she would have him oversee more training, or they would move on to the next lessons. His Westerosi was still horrible in her words, but it was at least coming along faster than his High Valyrian. Though that was kind of his own fault. Motivating Himsel language when basically no one really spoke it anymore was infinitely harder than doing so for the other topics he was studying under Keith. Naruto still tried to effort. But he wouldn't be surprised if she stopped instructing him on it soon, unwilling to waste her time on a half-arsed attempt. The history lessons had moved on to roughly the last 100 years, though their pace had slowed down considerably. There were multiple reasons for that. Quaithe exclusively instructing him in Westerosi or Valyrian, slowing him down since he had to carefully translate everything before he could even start deciphering the act being presented. Then there was the fact that she had also started going into more detail. At least in part because the events were just more relevant to the priests and the things that happened before, but also because she was more familiar with the topics. Sometimes it felt like she was telling him about things she had seen and interacted with and not something she had just read in a book or scroll somewhere. That detail only added to his growing curiosity about her real identity. The illusion she used had been the first thing that had attracted his attention, and the false Na added to it, but the biggest push had come after the pirate attack on their voyage to Volantis. Naruto had been avoiding a precise inspection of her uncovered face, allow her to preserve her privacy, since she clearly didn't fully trust him. Regardless of his intentions, however, he had gotten a glimpse beneath anyway. Forming a precise illusion like the one Keith used was difficult but not impossible. Allow for the eventual changes in the illusion was by far the harder part. How did the illusion react to facial expressions, weather conditions, injuries, or 100 other possibilities in thousands of possible combinations? Naruto wasn't crafting an illusion so elaborate that it could cover every possible situation was feasible. The one that Keith used was well made and applied, but the rain, lighting her cheek and her frown at their slow progress, had revealed a small glimpse of her real face. He hadn't been able to make out everything. The moment passed by. He hadn't been expecting the change to happen. But some differences had been visible all the same. The illusion obscured the shape of her real face slightly, changing the heart shape to something more narrow, though that change was much more subtle than the decoloring. For a moment the brown in her hair had receded to reveal a silvery blonde instead. However, even with that glimpse of her real appearance, determining who she really was didn't become much easier. His gut was telling him that she was from West Way, that she talked about the land's history, but there were millions of people living there. Face shape, hair color and rough geographical origin weren't exactly all the other hints Naruto had weren't confirmed, but that didn't discourage him. Jiraiya had been teaching him things about his own trade as a spy on their training. Figuring out who people were was part of that. If Jiraiya had lived past pain, Naruto may even have completely followed in his footsteps. Even he knew that the cha becoming Hokage in the immediate future was astronomically low. The only thing making him hesitate in potentially starting a more direct investigation was that it seemed kind of rude towards Keith. While that was par for the course, worked as a spy. You didn't usually do it towards people you genuinely considered your friends. Man, something was definitely wrong with him. He was thinking way too much lately. Naruto shook his head and took a deep breath, focusing on his arms and the bow. 2 more arrows. For just a moment he stopped thinking about Keith and Mag and this world. For a moment there was only the target. The resistance of the bow and the feeling in his muscles as he drew were barely acknowledged. Naruto didn't think about his form as much. Just doing what Simi didn't hold for more than a second. When you wanted to hit with a kunai or shuriken, you didn't wait half a minute to aim, you just threw. He didn't know if that was other people did the same thing while using a bow, but in that moment, he didn't care either. The arrow flew, cutting through the air on its path to the target. The distance wasn't big, on account of his limited ability with the weapon, but in that moment, it mattered either way. Thunk, this time the arrow buried into the target right where he wanted it. Not even a finger's width between it and dead center, abandoning the calm that had overcome him for the shot. He couldn't stop a grin from spreading on his face. He could work with this. Taking the last arrow, he read the small experiment he had been thinking about back in Karth. He hadn't done a lot of training with wind since Karth, only practicing his chakra blades a few times seemed as good an opportunity as any. Channeling wind chakra through an arrow wasn't quite the same as doing so to a kunai or any other kind of knife. Excluding the steel head, an arrow was wood, glove feathers. All in all, much more fragile than any blade. He would have to experiment with the process later, but for this time Naruto simply channeled a small thin lay-hole arrow, enveloping the projectile in an invisible film of chakra. He drew on the string, bending the dragon bone until only the arrowhead stuck out in front. Even if the energy was invisible, he could feel the wind surrounding the noted the danger of cutting the arrow string should he stick with surrounding the whole arrow with wind chakra. It would only take a small misstep or moment of in the weapon to become useless for a time. This time there was no way he could avoid holding the bow at a full draw for a few seconds. Managing the amount of chakra and the sharpness of his wind quickly currently beyond him. But he was confident that with a bit of practice he would be able to enhance an arrow as he was drawing back the string. The idea of adding rotation to the wind jumped to the forefront of his mind, but doing so now would only complicate something he wasn't all that good at yet. An AR flight normally, but if he sped up the motion it could function like his Rasengan, drilling itself deeper into the target with the rotation. Naruto tried to replicate the same state of mind from the last shot for this one, focusing on nothing but the target. But maintaining the wind chakra around the arrow, his constant attention even while he was still in physical contact with the projectile. Keeping a grip on the energy while the arrow was flying would be even more if he released the string. The difference was apparent immediately. The arrow was very clearly faster, and even though he lost his grasp on the wind chakra after the momentum still carried over, increasing the force of the impact. Wood audibly splintered as the arrowhead buried into the straw halfway between center and outer edge. Not a good hit. Certainly much worse than his last one, but been on target. Overall, he was very satisfied with today. He would need to experiment with using wind chakra on arrows at a later time, but the potential of it was crystal clear. Collecting his arrows, he started on the trip back. Bouncing ideas around his head on how else he could employ his wind. Kate relaxed her posture after her latest attempt, the concentrated frown leaving her unmasked face and the leaf in her hand smoking the tiniest bit. Naruto blackened spot at one corner, where chakra had sparked for just one moment. Well done. What did you picture? It was the first bit of real progress they had achieved, but Naruto still remembered how the first step had been the hardest one, as he had figured out what worked, everything else had followed more quickly. Asuna's advice about how exactly to shape the wind had been invaluable for his prog. Dragons are fire-made flesh, so much so that if you wound them, they bleed flame. I imagined the same thing. A drop of blood igniting into fire, Kate answered to Naruto. That seemed like a weird approach. Though he had no idea what other fire users imagined. He would have tried for the impact of steel on flint or embers flames with a breath, but in the end the only thing that mattered was that it had worked for her. Can you do it again? He handed her another leaf, taking the one she had burned slightly in hand. He had been worried about this step taking months based on Ka's explanation during his own training, but at the current pace he would have to come up with a good second step soon. If only he wasn't so bad at doing that. Being asked to cut a waterfall had surprised him, but in hindsight it made some amount of sense. Cutting something like a Leah because you just had to overcome the resistance it presented once. With a waterfall, new water was always moving and joining the process from above. So in Uddhi Chakra he expended to cut the water, he had to use even more to push the new water up. Doing all of that took a lot of chakra being transformed into wind. So, what was the equivalent to that for fire? While he was occupied with his thoughts, Kate had taken the new leaf and enclosed it in her hands. From his position opposite her, he was close enough to feel tea of chakra announcing her attempt. The singular trail of smoke snaking its way from between her fingers made it apparent that she had been successful again. The burned spot was no bigger than the last one, just one blackened outer edge, but it was more than enough to mark her progress. Naruto nodded his head, satisfied. Now you just need to do it to the whole leaf. Kate looked at him as if she thought he was an idiot. But she refrained from saying anything, only handing the leaf back to him. He didn't give her a new leaf for already been practicing for an hour, and doing much more than that would only mean completely exhausting her for the day. After the last time both of them were wary of repeating a situation like that. The leaves Kate had succeeded with were noticeably more dry than the others, even if only a small part had actually burned. Naruto wondered whether the first elemental mastery was really equally difficult for every element. Leaves contained water, even if the exact amount wasn't always the same, but that definitely meant them was harder than with a piece of paper, or even a dried leaf. Cutting them apart with wind on the other hand shouldn't really be much different for either one, couldn't think of any reason why it would be. A dried leaf. Naruto felt like slapping his forehead. That would have made things a lot easier for Kate, and doing the same with a non-dried one later would have excellent next step. increasing the difficulty slightly. He could still prepare a few for tomorrow, even if she had already gotten a hang of the exercise now. "There is something I would like to try," Keith said, standing up. Naruto tracked her path to one of the chests containing her possessions and watched her rum moments before she produced what she had been looking for. It was a black spire about the size of his hand. Made to look like a candle, though it was very obviously not made of wax, its outline all sharp edges and lines. The almost like glass, and manufacturing the object must have been quite difficult. Naruto had never seen anything quite like it. He leaned forward in interest, inspecting the candle more closely. It was weirdly shiny, almost like it was wet, but there was no moisture on it that he could see. He getting a weird feeling from it, not quite chakra or natural energy, but there was something there. "What is it?" he. By far the harder part. How did the illusion react to facial expressions, weather conditions, injuries, or 100 other possibilities in thousands of possible combinations? Naruto wasn't crafting an illusion so elaborate that it could cover every possible situation was feasible. The one that Keith used was well made and applied, but the rain, lighting her cheek and her frown at their slow progress had revealed a small glimpse of her real face. He hadn't been able to make out everything, the moment passed by. He hadn't been expecting the change to happen. But some differences had been visible all the same. The illusion obscured the shape of her real face slightly, changing the heart shape to something more narrow, though that change was much more subtle than the decoloring. For a moment the brown in her hair had receded to reveal a silvery blonde instead. However, even with that glimpse of her real appearance, determining who she really was didn't become much easier. His gut was telling him that she was from West Way, that she talked about the land's history, but there were millions of people living there. Face shape, hair color and rough geographical origin weren't exactly all the other hints Naruto had weren't confirmed, but that didn't discourage him. Jiraiya had been teaching him things about his own trade as a spy on their training. Figuring out who people were was part of that. If Jiraiya had lived past pain, Naruto may even have completely followed in his footsteps. Even he knew that the cha becoming Hokage in the immediate future was astronomically low. The only thing making him hesitate in potentially starting a more direct investigation was that it seemed kind of rude towards Keith. While that was par for the course, worked as a spy. You didn't usually do it towards people you genuinely considered your friends. Man, something was definitely wrong with him. He was thinking way too much lately. Naruto shook his head and took a deep breath, focusing on his arms and the bow. 2 more arrows. For just a moment he stopped thinking about Keith and Mag and this world. For a moment there was only the target. The resistance of the bow and the feeling in his muscles as he drew were barely acknowledged. Naruto didn't think about his form as much. Just doing what Simi didn't hold for more than a second. When you wanted to hit with a kunai or shuriken, you didn't wait half a minute to aim, you just threw. He didn't know if that was other people did the same thing while using a bow, but in that moment, he didn't care either. The arrow flew, cutting through the air on its path to the target. The distance wasn't big, on account of his limited ability with the weapon, but in that moment, it mattered either way. Thunk, this time the arrow buried into the target right where he wanted it. Not even a finger's width between it and dead center. Abandoning the calm that had overcome him for the shot, he couldn't stop a grin from spreading on his face. He could work with this. Taking the last arrow, he read the small experiment he had been thinking about back in Karth. He hadn't done a lot of training with wind since Karth, only practicing his chakra blades a few times seemed as good an opportunity as any. Channeling wind chakra through an arrow wasn't quite the same as doing so to a kunai or any other kind of knife. Excluding the steel head, an arrow was wood, glue feathers. All in all, much more fragile than any blade. He would have to experiment with the process later, but for this time Naruto simply channeled a small thin lay-hole arrow, enveloping the projectile in an invisible film of chakra. He drew on the string, bending the dragon bone until only the arrowhead stuck out in front. Even if the energy was invisible, he could feel the wind surrounding the danger of cutting the arrow string should he stick with surrounding the whole arrow with wind chakra. It would only take a small misstep or moment in the weapon to become useless for a time. This time there was no way he could avoid holding the bow at a full draw for a few seconds. Managing the amount of chakra and the sharpness of his wind currently beyond him. But he was confident that with a bit of practice he would be able to enhance an arrow as he was drawing back the string. The idea of adding rotation to the wind jumped to the forefront of his mind, but doing so now would only complicate something he wasn't all that good at yet. An AR flight normally, but if he sped up the motion it could function like his Rasengan, drilling itself deeper into the target with the rotation. Naruto tried to replicate the same state of mind from the last shot for this one, focusing on nothing but the target. But maintaining the wind chakra around the arrow, his constant attention even while he was still in physical contact with the projectile. Keeping a grip on the energy while the arrow was flying would be even more if he released the string. The difference was apparent immediately. The arrow was very clearly faster, and even though he lost his grasp on the wind chakra after the momentum still carried over, increasing the force of the impact. Wood audibly splintered as the arrowhead buried into the straw halfway between center and outer edge. Not a good hit. Certainly much worse than his last one, but been on target. Overall, he was very satisfied with today. He would need to experiment with using wind chakra on arrows at a later time, but the potential of it was crystal clear. Collecting his arrows, he started on the trip back. Bouncing ideas around his head on how else he could employ his wind. Kate relaxed her posture after her latest attempt, the concentrated frown leaving her unmasked face and the leaf in her hand smoking the tiniest bit. Naruto blackened spot at one corner, where chakra had sparked for just one moment. Well done. What did you picture? It was the first bit of real progress they had achieved, but Naruto still remembered how the first step had been the hardest one as he had figured out what worked, everything else had followed more quickly. As soon as advice about how exactly to shape the wind had been invaluable for his dragons are fire-made flesh, so much so that if you wound them, they bleed flame. I imagined the same thing. A drop of blood igniting into fire, Kate answered to Naruto. That seemed like a weird approach. Though he had no idea what other fire users imagined. He would have tried for the impact of steel on flint or embers flames with a breath, but in the end the only thing that mattered was that it had worked for her. Can you do it again? He handed her another leaf. Taking the one she had burned slightly in hand. He had been worried about this step taking months based on explanation during his own training, but at the current pace he would have to come up with a good second step soon. If only he wasn't so bad at doing that. Being asked to cut a waterfall had surprised him, but in hindsight it made some amount of sense. Cutting something like a Leah because you just had to overcome the resistance it presented once. With a waterfall, new water was always moving and joining the process from above. So in Uddi chakra he expended to cut the water, he had to use even more to push the new water up. Doing all of that took a lot of chakra being transformed into wind. So, what was the equivalent to that for fire? While he was occupied with his thoughts, Kate had taken the new leaf and enclosed it in her hands. From his position opposite her, he was close enough to feel tea of chakra announcing her attempt. The singular trail of smoke snaking its way from between her fingers made it apparent that she had been successful again. The burned spot was no bigger than the last one, just one blackened outer edge, but it was more than enough to mark her progress. Naruto nodded his head, satisfied. Now you just need to do it to the whole leaf. Kate looked at him as if she thought he was an idiot. But she refrained from saying anything, only handing the leaf back to him. He didn't give her a new leaf for already been practicing for an hour, and doing much more than that would only mean completely exhausting her for the day. After the last time both of them were wary of repeating a situation like that. The leaves Kate had succeeded with were noticeably more dry than the others, even if only a small part had actually burned. Naruto wondered whether the first elemental mastery was really equally difficult for every element. Leaves contained water, even if the exact amount wasn't always the same, but that definitely mean them was harder than with a piece of paper, or even a dried leaf. Cutting them apart with wind on the other hand shouldn't really be much different for either one, couldn't think of any reason why it would be. A dried leaf. Naruto felt like slapping his forehead. That would have made things a lot easier for Keith, and doing the same with a non-dried one later would have excellent next step, increasing the difficulty slightly. He could still prepare a few for tomorrow, even if she had already gotten a hang of the exercise now. There is something I would like to try, Keith said, standing up. Naruto tracked her path to one of the chests containing her possessions and watched her moments before she produced what she had been looking for. It was a black spire about the size of his hand. Made to look like a candle, though it was very obviously not made of wax, its outline all sharp edges and lines. The almost like glass, and manufacturing the object must have been quite difficult. Naruto had never seen anything quite like it. He leaned forward in interest, inspecting the candle more closely. It was weirdly shiny, almost like it was wet, but there was no moisture on it that he could see. He getting a weird feeling from it, not quite chakra or natural energy, but there was something there. What is it? Naruto and Keith watched them do their him to the deck. I said let her go, Naruto said, louder than before, and now his anger was audible. No one obeyed. He took a deep breath, his chest visibly expanding as it filled with air. Then he sought out her gaze and slowly but intently closed his eyes. She did the same. She did him, not fully, but she trusted that he did not intend to harm her. Keith did not know what he planned to do, not exactly, but he was a skilled aeromancer. The wind was his tool. Wind blew and rain came with it. The steady downpour, that had been pelting the deck, was turned on her for a few moments, and if she had not been ready, she pushed over. The two next to her were affected more strongly, and for the blink of an eye their grip on her slackened. Her own knowledge of sorcery was focused on rituals, and our magic was the strongest kind of magic that existed, but it involved preparation and long-winded procedures, not useful when you were being held captive. She was Shadowbinder, however, and while even that art focused primarily on rituals, there were a few things that could be applied quickly and directly. Magic touched the world through her, and she felt the division between person and shadow even with an overcast sky. On a bright day this would have been would work nonetheless. Maesters taught that shadows were simply the product of light being blocked, but any living being's shadow was more than that, it was being, a trace of the person that was made visible in the sun, and a shadowbinder could interact with it. Both men froze in place for a bare moment. But it was more than enough. A strong ordinary individual could break the hold rather quickly, even with a shadow light, but she needed only surprise and opportunity to capitalize on the moment she had been granted by Naruto. She wrenched an arm free. Turning her head so she could open her eyes, unsheathed her dagger, and buried it in the pirate's neck. The man took a gurgling breath on her other side, pulled on the arm he had in his hands. Keith whirled around and struck him on his bloody nose. His hands flew to his face, and he screamed in pain. He had been unbalanced before and fell to the ground then, the small hold she had had over him gone as if it existed. She went along and stabbed him, the Valyrian steel parting flesh and bone as easily as it did cloth before it punctured his heart. The wind weakened and the rain started falling to the deck again. Steel hit flesh, flesh hit wood, and screams of pain filled the air. When she turned back towards the others on deck, only Naruto was still standing, two bloody knives in his hands. The captain was at his feet, bleeding out. A fate as many of the other pirates. The two that had been holding onto him were scattered across the deck, and Keith could see at least 3 broken bones poking through where the harsh impact with wood had shattered them. The tall archer from Volantis was screaming as he clutched a dislocated and broken arm to his chest, and him was sprawled against the railing and made no sound, only looking around in a confused daze, the rest of his body completely unresponsive. The sailors of the Ivory Price were still kneeling, some already bound with rope, but they all looked supremely surprised at the turn of events. She had thought him capable before, but this went beyond simply capable. Crossing that distance while dispatching that many men so quickly was inhuman. Monst made her question his exact origins once more. She had not been able to get him to open up to her yet, but it was unlikely that she could accomplish it without morsels of her own past to him. That prospect did not seem so terrible to her anymore. Naruto only had eyes for the pirate that had been standing next to the captain, the one that had been binding the deckhand turned prisoner. The man sported the Lysini features found in brothels and pillow houses all over the world. Only slightly marred by the absolute terror in his eyes, and was the only pirate not dead, no danger on account of being injured. The deckhand had collapsed to the deck, but from relief, not pain or a slit throat. "You all right?" he asked, sparing her a glance. She felt the instinct to tease, to indulge herself for her own amusement, rise from within her, but this was hardly the time. There would be opportunity enough for tea were completely safe. "Yes." He nodded and took the terrified pirate by the scruff of his neck, hoisting the man up and carrying him bodily to the injured Valentine. He dropped the man there the archer instead. The pirate's face was contorted in agony, though at least his screaming had stopped for the moment, replaced by pained grunts. "Less complaining, more listening," Naruto said. And lightly kicked the kneeling pirate, showing no sympathy. The pirate tried to hide it, but he had plainly understood, judging by his minute flinch. Naruto noticed as well. "Get up." When the man continued kneeling, Naruto pulled him to his feet and pushed him closer to the railing. Where boarding lines connected the Ivory Price to Kaith kept an eye on the other boarders, her dagger still in hand. None of them even attempted resistance, too overwhelmed by the changing tide. "Tell everyone to disarm." After a moment the pirate repeated the instructions for his comrades and Kaith nodded her head when Naruto glanced her way, the Chu eyes obvious. The few pirates that still could, removed their weapons. Knives, cutlasses, axes, and an assortment of other weapons were put on the deck one after Kaith paid special attention to the dragonbone bow. That was a treasure of incredible value, certainly not as much as Valyrian steel, but not much lesser either. Become rare with the doom and then the death of dragons. And the bones long enough to fashion into a longbow were even rarer still. Smaller pieces, fragments o' small finger bones, were more common but not much used beside as ornamentation or as ingredients for a rare few rituals. Even beside its material value, the weapon was noteworthy. A bow made of dragon bone was the only thing said to be able to outrange the golden heart bows of the, and that was a rare and precious material in most of the world as well. Many young knights disregarded bows as beneath them, but that was a foolish notion fueled by empty pride and unfounded conviction, even if based on some fact. Usually not capable of penetrating a heavy steel breastplate no matter the distance, that was true. But even good plate armor was not as thick everywhere as it was, and when an arrow found a gap in the armor or killed the horse underneath them, even that did not matter. It was not a duelist's weapon, but bows were still effective in battle. Letting some sailors lay claim to a weapon like that would be a waste. Before long all weapons had been relinquished and the few remains of the Ivory Price's crew had gotten their wits about them and started cutting away bindings and some of the simpler injuries that had been sustained on their side while giving a wide berth to her and Naruto. Their trepidations had clearly not lessened by being not much care what they thought of her, she would forget them as soon as she was safely arrived in Volantis. "Good, now get out of here." The pirate looked at Naruto in incredulity. Any protest died on the man's lips as soon as it formed. Naruto did not look as angry as he had before, but he didn't look suffer discussion either. Translating that instruction to the other pirates drew predictable complaints. Kaith turned her attention to the crew, ignoring the commotion. The captain was one of the corpses on deck. And she wasn't sure who was in charge now, so she of them at once. Can you still reach Volantis with so few men? The sailors looked amongst each other, as unsure of the situation as she was. She could not say who of them had experience or ability. Despite her love of the sea, the act of sailing did not particularly interest her. Should be we can, could take a bit longer though, one of them grudgingly answered. They were all plainly uncomfortable having to talk to her. But she did not have the patience to let them choose for themselves who would lead their remaining voyage, but putting a half-wit in place would be detrimental even if on the last leg of their journey. What happened to the first mate? Stead that one. Took one o' them arrows in the eye right at the start. The speaker pointed out the dead man lying on the deck, confirming his words. Unfortunate, unexpected, and nothing she could not deal with. Has one of you ever captained a ship then? She asked, frowning. None of them answered. But the way that a few of them were avoiding her eyes said that they one of sailors that had reacted. She beckoned him forward. You will be captain until we reach port. What happens afterwards is no concern of mine. Sell the ship, keep sailing, do what you will. Her piece said. She left them the details. Only 2 living pirates still remained on deck, leaving only the corpses. The others had already climbed down, or been lowered onto the other ship. She joined Naruto near the railing as he was cutting the boarding lines. The weapons were stacked in a pile near him, close enough so that he could keep an eye on doing other things. With the subdued pirates back on their own ship, most of the danger had passed, but she still eyed them warily. With so few men left alive and well, they would not be able to travel particularly fast. Most likely the ones too heavily injured would die at sea, and those lucky Inu for a while would be in for a hard couple of days at the oars. There were still weapons left on the pirate ship. But no one showed any intention of trying to retaliate now. 2 Titosch pushed their ship away with their oars and paddling off, only 4 oars dipping into the sea instead of the former 20. When they had gained a bit of distance, Yuto turned from the railing, looking over to the other side of the ship. About 100 yards away was the other pirate, more oars moving on each side, though they were having clear trouble, nonetheless. It's not wood, is it? Naruto asked, now eyeing the dragonbone bow. He reached down and took the weapon in hand. The bow was longer than he was tall, though have no great trouble pulling the string on his first try, even if it was no full draw. She had tried to draw her brother's bow once and had been met with little success even after a short instruction on the proper technique. What do you think it is? He would not be the first person to have never seen the material, she supposed, but it still surprised her slightly. He hesitated, running one hand along the body, before giving his answer. It feels kind of like bone, but this isn't painted or burnt and it's too light. It's dragon bone. If it were as heavy as normal bone, they could not fly. She watched him hold the bow out in front and then draw back the string. His movements were awkward and unpracticed, and his stance that of a novice, but their smile on his face, nonetheless. He loosed the imaginary arrow. Volantis proudly called itself the first daughter. But Kaith had never seen the same glory and splendor in the city as she had in the tellings of old Valyria. In true free cities were particularly appealing to her, even though her mother came from one. Despite her dislike, Volantis was useful. The proximity to the ruins of the freehold and its status as the first colony of the ancient Valyrians meant that it was the remains of that time. The black walls hid tomes even the citadel did not have access to. The red stone steps of the Red Temple were mostly empty in the early afternoon, though some slave soldiers of the Fiery Hand still stood guard in their orange robe-shaped spears. The Red Priest held services at noon, sunset, and sunrise to pay homage to the Lord's light and to pray over night fires for protection in the darkness. Kaith could not discern anything different about the city or the temple compared to her last stay. They had docked in the late morning hours. Drifting into port, trading and fishing vessels had already left for the day, and then settled any remaining problems concerning ship and crew before heading out. At first, she had pondered including Naruto in her investigations, but with his still poor grasp of High Valyrian, much less the dialect used in Volantis, he wouldn't be any way beyond a potential role as muscle. He wasn't a particularly gifted student, but he was stubbornly dedicated to learning what she taught. Fortunately, he saw that he would need to prepare a few things for her lessons anyway and then enthusiastically set out on his own to find what materials he needed. That left her a few hours to do a bit of simple investigation into the temple and its priests. Outside of the black walls, the Lord of Light was worshipped by more than half the people in Volantis, but they seemed no more fervent in their devotion than the lost bin in the city. The service at noon had been filled with the usual tripe about the evils in the dark and the greatness of the fire. The thin high priest encouraging Al keep the flame of life in their hearts and to cherish all the hours in the sun. Most of the common followers were slaves tattooed in 100 different ways, that knew only what the priests preached. The priests, acolytes, and guards of the marked by the flame of Rulalar, slaves and servants to the Red God, and her best possibility for information. Running into some incriminating piece of information while unlikely, she ascended into the temple proper without problem, her mask in place. Some of the priests here could shape a proper glamour and therefore spot one, though it's known anyone to do it as easily and quickly as Naruto had done, but relying on that alone would only invite questions about herself. The mask presented a much anyone she met, and red priests generally accepted shadow binders relatively easily. Shadows were the work of the sun and its light, and therefore a gift of the Red G. The temple was a gigantic monument of towers, steps, and bridges colored red, orange, yellow, and gold to resemble fire and flame. Instead of statues lining the braziers, and flaming torches were everywhere. Rulalar had no form but fire and certainly no likeness, unlike many other deities from all over the world, and if reprobate but flames themselves, it was with a fiery heart. The only symbol emblazoned on the tapestries that hung between the sconces. The halls and rooms were even hotter than Volantis itself, and she could feel sweat starting to accumulate beneath her robes as she wandered. She ignored the fiery hand. They were believers and insiders, but their training as guards made them obedient and cautious, at least while on duty. She would have a much easier acolyte or a priest to speak a careless word. A grand staircase led to the main prayer room. Most of the rooms and chambers in the deeper parts of the temple were inaccessible to outsiders, guarded by a large 1,000 men that made up the fiery hand. The red priests may spread their faith far and wide, but certainly not their arts and secrets. There was also the benefit of ensuring peace and quiet so that nothing could disturb lessons or delicate procedures. In the main hall, priests stood near burning braziers, the crackling of the fires drowning out the whispered conversations that the priests were having with believers' priests. She chose one of the empty braziers at random and walked over to stand before it, looking into the flames. The brazier was dark iron, and the fuel were uniform pie-brown wood. Kaith instinctively considered just how much wood was required to light the many fires all over only this one temple. Not to mention all the labor are cutting, transporting, and then distributing all of it. She supposed that was one of the reasons that this was the biggest of the temples to the Lord of Light. The row surrounded by fertile land and the forests near Kohor could supply the necessary amounts with barges traveling down the Rhône and her tributaries. Her family had been attached to fire for centuries, but since the doom and then the death of the dragons it had brought them nothing but misery. She had never fascination, more concerned with learning what she could, but now that she had a teacher the situation was different. It took more effort than she cared to admit to focus on the whispered conversations around her and not tune them out for the entrancing play of colors and heat. Most of it concerned only ordinary ails and hurts. The kind of issues common people brought to their priests in all places. A priestess walked an older man through long summer and a bountiful harvest, while another priest directed a young woman on the correct application of the salve she had been given. The red priests were knowledge of healing, though their expertise was obviously highest when it came to burns. There are no shadows to bind in a brazier. Despite an attempt at quiet, the booming voice of the priest still easily filled the hall from behind her. She had heard him behind but had not turned around before, content just listening and being ignored. Fortunate then that it is not shadows I seek, she said in turn. The man was dressed in the same scarlet robes as every other red priest, orange flames embroider sleeves, collar, and hems with satin, but he cut a much more imposing figure. More than 6 feet tall and as wide in the chest as 2 ordinary men, the priest looked than preacher, and the orange flame tattoos standing out against his pitch-black skin and graying hair only enhanced that impression. He stepped close, joining her by the brazier. "The flames hold many truths," he murmured, as if quoting some old saying. With his deep voice it was obvious that he was talking even from further away, but that any of the others in the hall could understand the words. "Do you see anything in the fire?" "No," she answered just as quietly. He remained quiet for a few seconds, his hands folded over his belly but concealed in the long sleeves of his robes. She wondered if he knew anything about her. He'd been high priest for years now, but none of her past run-ins with the religion and temple had included knowing about every acolyte and priest in service in this city. The man next to her had not even been a part of the temple the last time she was here. "No? Well, it does not matter. Can I soothe any of your ails then?" Something was making her suspicious about the situation. It felt like he had sought her out. Spec would play along for now. If she could get him to reveal something, maybe she could finally get some results. "I have been too long away from the city. Perhaps you would know of anyone seeking someone with my talents?" "No one that I am aware of, sadly," he answered after a few seconds of deliberation. She was not sure whether he would have told her either way, but asking would excuse for being in the temple. People came to temples with their troubles even if the priests would not be able to help them. "If that is so, I will have to look in other places. I thank you for information all the same." Turning to leave was only a ploy, to see if there was some purpose to this, and it paid off. "I admit. I sought you out." She had almost expected as much. "I saw you in the flames many weeks ago now. Saw your arrival in this very temple, on your quest something. More visions." Her family had been tied to them for centuries, but she had always been doubtful about their validity. Until she had experienced them for herself, and in stories about Dini's the Dreamer claimed that visions of the doom had motivated her to act more than a decade before that catastrophe occurred. The few fragmi and portents Kaith had been able to accumulate included other visions as well. Of war and death and the end of dragons, but she had not been convinced that weren't simply made up later, to improve her family's image and standing. Those she had read of in the book were rather vague. Some of her own had been obvious enough. The Wall, Old Valyria, King's Landing. The others had been less clear. But the same problem remained. What was information? Were the events she had seen even in the future? The doom certainly wasn't, and the battlefield with dragons overhead couldn't be either, but King's L never burned. And the old stories of the long night always implied that the wall had been erected afterwards. After seeing her own visions, she could believe that Dini's truly had seen the doom years before it occurred. But that did nothing to help her in her current problem. She almost wished that she had never seen those things. Had they even all been actual events? The accounts she had found about visions, rare as they were, disagreed facts. Some argued that nothing could be changed. What happened was already decided before it did, while others disagreed on the very idea of prophecy. It seemed to her that dreams and visions were always true, but not necessarily in the way that you expected. Sometimes what you saw was no more directly relate than poetry was. "Tell me what you saw then, priest." "A woman searching in the darkness by the light of the candle she seeks."